didn't want to go.
There's something really funny about thinking that the only reason your 56-year-old dad doesn't show up to the mosh pit is because you mocked him 20 years ago.
No. Probably doesn't even remember that.
Sorry, old man, he can bust a move, and ever since he has never entered the mosh pit. Wait, is that something that he's like used to do? Is that what you're telling me?
No, I think it's just more like
it's his sort of thing, but he doesn't do it. Like that's
he's the type of person that would be up for it. And he kind of likes, like he likes pendulum and drum and bass and like heavy metal and concerts. He like really likes gigs and things. So it's like, yeah.
It's like that shouldn't really surprise me, but there's just something funny about someone's 56-year-old dad liking drum and bass and pendulum.
What's that? In 30 years, I'll still like fucking crazy music, won't I?
Yeah, man, dude. I've shown you some of that music that I like, right? With the fucking, like, ear-bleeding distortion on the bass, where it's just like, dude, this is just fucking... This is like driving over a gravel path. It's just rumbling and, like, pebbles being thrown everywhere. That's, like, what I'm listening to. So,
yeah.
God, that just reminds me of the fucking Hank Hill meme. You seen that?
What's that?
His son.
Like, yeah, listen to this dad or something. Yeah.
And it's just toilet flushing noises.
Yeah.
It's like, what am I listening to? My career.
Yeah. Well, you can do GenChin if you want, but I'll play Heroes of the Storm. Okay. But I can play that and you can talk. Well, I don't have the same trouble as you. Like, I can multitask.
I mean, you say that, but I remember, like, when Dave used to come into the call, and then you, like, diverted attention to talking to him. You could do that, but you died, like, 5 times in a row just entering the lane. It's like, don't get me wrong. It's funny if you prioritize it. Like, he's our friend. It's just, I'm not sure how you want to find multitask at that point.
Well, we'll see. I'm not sure. Well, we'll try this anyway.
I mean, I'll
Your
probably
mic was like crackling again.
Wait. Oh, wait. Actually,
it was a bit, but I think it might have stopped now. Are you streaming or not?
I am streaming, yes, and yeah, Chrome is taking too many resources, so I'm just gonna shut it down. Bring it to an ease. Oh my god, my poor little computer.
Boats are made for transferring commodities back and forth.
Because the night before that concert, I was at like, it was like a party, like a house party thing. And then also went to like a club, like a techno club. And at that, we were like right at the front by the speakers, and it's like the fucking bass, like it's like it went through you, like fucking, like how, imagine you have like wind outside, but like it like goes through your body, not just like.
I'm sorry, like. It's not how it usually works. I'm kind of confused. I'm not sure I know what you mean. Like a shockwave.
Yeah.
Wouldn't just like stop as soon as it meets you.
No, but like but like I could feel it like inside myself.
Does that? Did it pop your cherry?
It's like when you feel your tummy like rumbling. It's like that.
Oh yeah. I mean, wait. Like, I can't remember ever being to a concert, but I know the feeling you're describing, and now I'm just like, wait, how the fuck do I know this? Like, what? Like, in what other context, other than a fucking concert, will I experience, like, incredibly loud... I might have been in somebody's car, and they just absolutely blasted it.
Yeah, that's probably the car. Like, some people have, like, crazy sound systems.
Because, because then it's also trapped, so, like, if the sound is nowhere to travel, it's gonna fucking go somewhere.
But you're showing off, you're like, how good your speakers are and shit.
Those who share the memory.
Yeah.
So you just, like, blast it.
It's like my wife couldn't afford a Symbian, so we got this subwoofer.
You know.
Gotta keep her happy.
Oh, I'm gonna die! No!
Oh, that's what she said. Fucking hell, too.
No, it's just that dying.
Hmm?
I got fucking. I'm playing Rhaegar.
Well,
Keep
that's your
getting
first mistake.
mini stunned and shit. Like fucking Joanna.
Oh,
with her
dude.
pull.
Be glad you're not playing, oh, what's her name? Miss Medivac.
Morales.
Like, yeah, her plus Ministan is so aggravating. Like, you keep having to reapply that shit. Like, her healing beam.
Yeah. Wow.
So, like,
Yeah, that's annoying.
and it goes like on a 1 second cooldown. Like, from
No.
the time you leave it? I don't really remember how it worked.
Keep
I just
focusing
remember
me.
being insanely frustrated.
Oh my god, I'm fucking AFK, bitch.
That could have been me, I think. I could have been the one who went to AFK.
Curiosity deserves a
Yeah.
reward.
I saw fucking. What's her name? Jaina. It's AFK. It's just like all our fucking damage is like gone.
Did you never have quarrels with your friends when you were younger? Everything was just in perfect harmony.
I don't remember ever really arguing with anybody. Like, I'm sure, like, when I was, like, a little kid at school and, like, oh, give me the pencil, like, you know, all this kind of stupid shit, like, it's my
Yeah.
turn on the computer. But, like, I don't have any of that sort of...
Oh, dude.
I have 3 brothers as well, so,
Dude,
like, I'm sure...
that example is actually especially funny to me. Because I remember, like, never really doing that shit. Like, I think me and my brother just... had enough resources. Like, I remember us having to share
Resources.
consoles, but like we didn't have to fight over them. At least I don't remember it. But like, so I didn't have that experience to describe until I got to fucking uni, where we like we sat around the console. Like, to me, this is real funny, and like there were 4 of us. And one of the guys were like hogging the controller. So I was like expecting him to pass it on, not necessarily to me, but literally anyone. And he just like really childishly like pulls it towards us like no, I'm not done. And I'm done like, and like that just dragged me into the situation. I was like, no, fucking hand it over. What are you doing? And then we got into like a most fucking immature fight I can't ever remember being in. Afterwards, like what the fuck just happened?
Yeah.
Like, it's like, because I've never been in that experience, I didn't know how to handle somebody just like acting that childishly. I was not fucking prepared.
Yeah.
So then I just acted just this childishly back, like, no, your turn is over. God, it was
Like, I
stupid.
probably honestly had more, like, arguments as a manager than I have like, the rest of my life.
Reasonable. Understandable.
Yeah.
Have a nice day.
But most of it's just like, because you're in these positions where it's like, you're trying to convince or get people to help you or something. And so it's like, can you do extra work for me? It's like, I'll pay you extra, but like, it's extra work. And then it's all this kind of like, yeah, I'll do it. And they change their mind and they're like, no, I won't. And then something happens. It's all this kind of like, people
Commitment
sort of,
issues, basically.
yeah.
Like, I think this is why Destiny keeps talking about how just fucking showing up on time and committing to what you say is like something every boss loves. Like, it just makes everything so much easier. If you just keep flaking, it just creates so many problems, it's almost unbelievable.
Yeah. It's like pieces of a plan, and it's like,
Yeah, it's
especially if
like
you're like an employee. It's like a
like
key
if
piece.
anybody can cancel a plan, you can't make one.
Yeah.
It's like, what am I supposed to do? Hire 2 people at once in case one of them quits? No, you can't fucking do, like just
Exactly.
fucking show up. So yeah, I understand the frustrations, even though I haven't been directly involved.
I always wonder, like, I don't get in arguments very much, but I think because I'm not in a position usually where like I'm not
Dude,
able to do something I
like,
want.
Like, who would stop you? Like, I don't know what you
That's what I mean. Well, it's like, because say you're in a relationship with like someone,
That's
and
like
it's like,
technically you could stop yourself. Like, you could have reasons that make shit hard just because of who you are as a person. Understand what I'm saying, or am I being too vague?
yeah, but I'm not really that much of a. I'm like a chilled, laid back person. It's like I usually kind of go with things, because it's like, from my experience, like what I see is like arguments. Like my parents would argue, and it's usually about like what they should do about something, right? Or it's like in a situation, and so it's like they have some sort of invested interest in what they're doing, and it's like,
Invested interest.
or it's like they're trying to solve a problem together, and then so that's usually what it's like. They want different, like, arguments. For me, it seems like people wanting different things, and it's like
Yeah, you
conflict there, right? So like, I want to do this, but you want to do that, or it's
depending
like,
on how reductive you want to be, every conversation or every
yeah,
argument is not.
but then it's like trying to solve a problem, but not agreeing on like the method or like the way of doing it.
Sure.
So like in the first case, it's like the examples are like, I want like oh, I want the kids to go out more and hang out with their friends, and then the other parent might be like, I want the kids to spend more time like studying and like get better at
No,
work,
they need
like
to do
schoolwork.
sports and carry on my legacy as a
Yeah.
carpenter and become
Right,
the village
exactly.
smith, which is also my legacy somehow.
Yeah, so it's like like that, and then you've got like say
How about you don't say, huh?
the other
Don't say
one,
that.
like, oh, we're going here, we're going to like on holiday, which we've gone the wrong way. I know we haven't. Let's go this way, and like, you never listen to me. It's like that kind of.
Bickering.
Yeah, but then it's because they're trying. They have to
Bicker.
solve a problem together, but like they can't do it. Or it's like
I
one
guess.
of them. Because it's like because you have to take actions, and it's like deciding what actions to take, and then it's like you're arguing about what actions to take.
Yeah, so it's just different levels of goals, basically.
I think, but for me, it's
Micro.
mostly because it's like I basically don't care or don't have that much desire to do pretty much anything other
Wow,
than
you're so cool.
like, yeah, other
I
than
wish I
like
was like that.
sort of like I want to work on my own projects and my own art and things, but it's like
Nerd.
I'm not like
Those other girls.
I just don't have the same fucking like I don't know.
Drive? What?
Like I don't. It's like if
Goals?
it's not what I want to be doing, right? If it's not me doing my art stuff or my own projects or whatever, like then everything is the same. It's like there's no difference between going to the cinema and like going to a party. It's just an activity that I could enjoy. It's like I have no. It's nothing. None of it's my main interest. So it's like it's all kind of irrelevant. Yeah, like I have no vested or like care about it. So it's like it's all the same. Fucking Joanna. But I feel like that's a bit weird
get
though.
it. I mean, like depending on how end goal oriented you are, I have a phrase.
Give me
But I feel like that
It
might
makes
be
more or
different
less
if
sense. Like, you could technically spend all your free time in pursuit of your goals and just say, fuck all this superficial shit.
yeah. But then I've never actually had to. I've never experienced where like
You've had to assert dominance? What?
like I've been kind of people trying to control me making decisions and stuff. It's like, say I lived with somebody, because I like to listen to music, like my music, and play games and that sort of. But like,
Time for takeoff.
just imagine if I lived with someone and they like hated loads of my music and like I couldn't listen to it on the speakers. So it's like I'd have to listen to it on headphones and stuff. But then it's like, I don't know if I would want to do that all the time. It's like I'd like to have music. So
I like having music on my headset.
I know, but I'm just saying, like I have my own like ways that I like behave, and because I've never had to live with anyone else in that way. I wonder how I would be in like a situation where I'm actually like living with somebody.
It's like,
How accommodating I am.
yeah, I'm curious about that myself. Like, I think I'd almost be intentionally provocative in the beginning, where
What? Bastard.
like I need to find out if they're even comfortable pointing out small things that annoy them. So I'll do things that would like intentionally annoy them, and if they don't say anything, it's like out of face word. Like you'd be surprised at how often relationships seem to break up over just letting the small things stack up. Like, and then you just like reach the point of no return where, oh well, now it's too embarrassing to bring up. It's like, dude, you fucking
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, it's been annoying me for years, but I never told you, but it's been stacking up inside my emotions, but you've had no clue, and that sort of shit. Like, people do stupid shit like that all the goddamn time.
Yeah.
I remember a friend of mine came to me to talk about that sort of dating experience. I was like, this is weird. Is that really what happened? Like, we're just not ready to like start living together. And I was like, yeah, that seems to be it.
Yeah. It's like, I think that's also a common thing. They say like things building up. It's like that's like a stereotypical thing people say about like sex with their partner and stuff. Or it's like the women, like years later, the women will be like, oh, I don't like the sex isn't that good for me, or like I never come, or like I fake it, or it's a bit boring, and like you just always do the same stuff all the time, and it's like. But again, they never want to say anything because it's like embarrassing.
Let's light up.
Yeah, like it's complete nonsense to me. Like, I think we both know that this relationship won't last if you don't say this shit. So it feels like you're sabotaging it at that point. You need to be able to think long term enough. If something bothers you, and you know it's going to bother you later, you need to get it out of the way.
Yeah, because it seems this like.
Like it doesn't even. How to put this? It doesn't even matter if you even like reach a conclusion or a solution, or if one of them kowtows to the other. You need to at least like bring it up, because that usually like solves half the problem.
Wonder how many bottles this will be.
I think one of the issues mostly is like, say you bring up an issue. It's like a lot of people feel like they've done something wrong. Not it's like, what am I trying to say? It's like, say like the sex isn't good, right, for one of them, and then the other one brings it up and says like the sex isn't that good, right? The reason it isn't good
Brace yourself.
is because they haven't communicated with each other and figured out the best way of making it good for each other, right? But then the interpretation of the one who didn't know, who thought it was good, they interpret it as like I've been failing, I'm bad at sex, I'm da da da. Da. So
Okay.
that's the issue. Usually, it's like people think it's like
That's
they
like
don't want to raise it
another
because it'll like upset them.
layer.
Oh,
Shouldn't, like, even if that was the case, shouldn't you be able to deal with that sort of criticism?
say again.
Even if that was the case, shouldn't you be able to deal with that sort of criticism?
Yeah, but then usually it's like but it can
I think
people
there's
can
a lot of
interpret.
social stigma around this sort of shit, and I think that reinforces a lot of this. But I still have a certain expectation that people need to be able to deal with certain levels of criticism. Like, how do I put this? Like, if this, how do I put this? This isn't even like the final form when it comes to personal attacks and criticism. This is like level 1. If you can't even
Yeah.
deal with this, that's a red flag.
Yeah. Because it's like it's almost like it's not
like-
even criticism. Almost, it's like
Benny's adventure chain.
the way I would see it, or like want to see it, is it's like
Yeah, because like, I mean, the way he phrased it, it's not even a you problem. It's like we're not gelling here. There's a problem, we can fix it. It's like you're taking it. It's like you buy a car and we have a problem with the car, and then you take personal offense to it because you bought it or some shit.
Yeah.
It's like
Ow.
you're too invested in the problem, and to a degree that I don't understand. It's like
My lucky
fucking.
day.
It's like watching gamers still have a good old console war. It's like, are you really that invested? Are you that loyal to a company? It's getting embarrassing.
it's weird. It's weird seeing people's like It's like the reactions where it's like
But then again, some people are also bad at communicating, where it's like they don't know how to put this, make how to put this, clear the playing field, like make the specific issue clear. Like if you just like kick down the doors, like you're bad at sex. It's like, of course it's gonna be like, what the fuck do you mean?
But it's almost like I think like one issue usually is like the lack of feedback or like constructive criticism. The kind of both people are then like willing to figure out solutions. Like say
I
if she's
think
just like
people
you're bad at
very
sex,
easily turn
figure
it
it out.
into an attack where
Yeah.
it's all about, how to put this, like not even providing useful information. It's all about getting the feelings out. And it's like, what the fuck do you want me to do with this?
Yeah. Because like, say she's like, you're like, it's like you're bad at something,
Mm-hmm.
and so the fact that she or the person knows that or feels that you're bad at this thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
You would assume that there's like the reasons and what they don't like and this and that and stuff. So if they're like unwilling to offer any like reasoning, they're just like, you're bad at this, solve it, and then you're on your own to like figure it out. That's like the issue, because like, or like people assume they're just going to be kind of like left on their own.
Think you can get away?
It's like
By royal decree.
I feel like you're not romantic anymore. Like it's like, I'm trying to think of an example. It's like
As you will.
it's like you don't show that you love me anymore, right? Someone says that maybe. It's like, what do they mean? Like, what would be an example of like me showing you that I love you, or like all this stuff? It's like, give me information of what you mean. Like, what did I do before that was different? And like, they just leave you to solve shit on your own, and it's like you're not actually trying to help or like figure this out. You're just like telling me I'm doing something wrong.
Sometimes it's like they never thought there might be a step 2. It's just like,
Yeah.
I told you how I feel. You sort it out. It's like,
Yeah. Yeah. Which is like, but that's the thing where it's like I think it's as common where people don't know, like before I've said before I've asked people like all these women I've asked like, okay, you like to do this kind of stuff in bed? It's like, why do you like it? And they're like, I don't know.
Why do they never let's light it
And you're
up?
like, oh, I feel like you don't
And why doesn't
love me
always
as
matter.
much as you before. It's like,
I
why?
summon
What am I doing that doesn't like? What is it? And they're just like, I don't know. I just don't feel it. It's like, right. It's like, well, what's the like? You don't understand your own feeling to like help to try and solve it,
Cry out my illustrious name.
and it's just kind of, vague.
Yeah, the problem isn't going to fix itself if you can't even start investigating it. Like, you can't have more insight into their feelings than they do. Well, unless you... I don't know, maybe after a 2-year relationship, maybe. Maybe you can have that expectation to some degree. But, otherwise, yeah, that's not happening. So, unless they're expecting you to go full armchair psychologist and sort their feelings out for them, which is quickly going to get insulting.
Yeah.
People not understanding how they feel is a very big problem. It's actually something that I wrote about earlier today. It's like, it's funny, people develop emotional blindness. I wonder if this shit could actually help you, if this is like a consistent problem.
You're saying I'm blind?
Well, either you or the people you're hanging out with, clearly. Fuck. There was something specific I wanted to talk about on this topic. Like, oh, I think it helps if you understand how and why people develop emotional blindness. And I think you'll, especially when you're telling me that there's a very clear pattern with the women that you date, that this like keeps showing up. It keeps being a topic that they don't like almost understand how to communicate. Then it seems like there has to be a common pattern here that is like normal enough to women that if you understand the pattern, then you could probably like get ahead of it. A lot of the how people deal with emotion depends on like how they were raised and how their parents dealt with emotion. Not even necessarily how they tried to raise their kids, but how they themselves dealt with emotion. So sometimes it's like it's not clear to the person that they're mimicking their parents. So if there's a lot of women who end up not being able to communicate properly, like their feelings, and especially around sex, then it seems like that's the sort of taboo topic where it consistently is something that creates like an emotional blindness around it. Like it's sort of like how a lot of men end up struggling dealing with anger. It's like it's the only emotional outlet that they're allowed, and at the same time you're not supposed to bring it all the way to violence. So like a lot of men end up like being aggressive in other ways, like just shouting, being dickheads. Or sometimes it gets straight to violence. And I think like with women in like a similar type of environment where anger is like the only real thing they can do, I think that leads to passive aggressiveness. Because like full-blown aggressiveness isn't allowed. And a lot of the time if you talk to them, they generally don't even understand that they're doing it.
Yeah. Yeah, that sounds quite familiar.
I see everything.
So it seems like
Reveal thyself. Here we go.
a lot of people develop emotional blindness, but I don't really know what to even do about it. Like, even if you know that it's a problem, I'm not sure where that gets you.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, do you have the time to play armchair psychologist? I think you can solve it during one sexual encounter.
Yeah, it's just kind of...
Maybe you're that good, Isaac. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to doubt you.
I wonder if there's like something like I'm always trying to like figure the other person out, right? It's like interpret what they say or understand why they like stuff or what they want to like their personality or why they like what they like and what makes it comfortable and like all this stuff, right? And it's like
Does it feel like the favor's returned?
I think so, but then also I'm thinking that it's almost like I may be kind of
I think one of the most frustrating things is that if you're like a good sort of person and you do this sort of naturally and encounter somebody who like just doesn't give a shit.
I think more it's like it's like I'm getting loads of information from them, but they're not getting as much information from me. But then the reason they're not getting it from me is like because maybe they don't ask about it, or we're spending so much time talking about them that the amount
There's
of,
no
like it's
time
not a
for
50-50
you.
discussion. But then it's like because I'm very like laid back and sort of
Oh, come on, Isaac, who are you trying to convince?
I don't really have these kind of like super strong like preferences or like desires or like I really love this or that. It's like it's hard when I'm asking for like what they like and why they like all this kind of stuff. If they ask me what I like, it's kind of yeah. It's more. It's just like had them having a good time and like intimacy and it's kind of vague or like just a part of it anyway. It's like or it's almost irrelevant because all of them
Do you
just say
feel like a bad communicator because of this? Where is this headed?
no. I think it's more like I'm wondering if they feel like I'm
Yes?
kind of not. It's like I'm not into things as much as they are because it's like because I have no opinion or it's like the way I like say what I want is very like vague and kind of not as specific and kind of
Where is this going? Do you feel like you need stronger opinions?
no. I'm thinking yeah, or it's like it's like I'm being too interested in other people and like kind of figuring them out and sort of trying to please everyone else and sort of not having such like strong like I need this, I want this all the time. It's like it almost like it makes them feel they could almost feel like they're using me. So it's like it makes them feel bad that like they don't know how to give me what I want because I'm not telling them. The same way that like I'm complaining that people don't understand why they don't like the things they like. I'm doing a similar thing where the things I like are hard to define. Like they're vague or I'm not that bothered. It's like they, or like the things I want are more about sort of genuine connection rather than like acts, not like sexual acts or positions. It's more like they desire me, they want me, they show their attraction to me. It's like kind of more things you'd get in like a relationship rather than like sleeping with somebody.
I mean, you seem to be implying that you should want something else, or
Yeah.
they expect something else in the conversation, and I don't know what that is supposed to be.
It's like they give me a list of like sexual desires, and then I give them a list
And
of
you need
like,
to do that too.
well, kind of, or it's like they, or it's like, also it's
Is
like,
this a problem because you feel like you need to have something to bond over, or what exactly is the problem?
well, when I'm asking them like why they like the things they like,
Mm-hmm.
it's more to like understand like emotionally why they like and what they're feeling they're trying to get from the acts, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's like they want to feel like humiliated because their life is so kind of proper and well mannered and all this kind of stuff and boring, and they like the excitement and sort of, you know, feeling all these different things. They want to like feel something specific. They kind of, there's
I
an
wonder why
emotional.
that feeling like that need to rebel is so strong, because that seems to be
I don't-
the word
well,
for it.
it's not always the same with every person, but then what I'm meaning is like they're
Everyone hold hands.
they're like physical acts that they know that they enjoy,
Time for takeoff.
that gives them almost like the feelings they want, but they don't know how to describe the feelings they want. So it's like, whereas I know what feelings I want, so what I do is I say the feelings
The
I want.
feeling instead of the act or the
Yeah,
action.
and like so it's like I have a roadmap of like getting to the feelings they want, right? It's like, so they like these kind of acts and this physical stuff, and then they like it because of, and I ask them more questions like, okay, you like it for these reasons and blah blah blah. So like I can do those physical things to them to give them the feeling they want, but for them, I just say like, I want this, I want to feel like this, and it's like I don't.
And they're not creative enough. It's like, sorry,
Right.
man.
Or it's like it almost completely conflicts with what they want. What I was saying before about how it's like I want it more like 50-50, and they're always like, I want you to just do things to me. And so it's like I can't get the things I want because it's like every woman just wants someone else to be in control.
Off we go.
And it's like, is that my? And so I'm thinking like, okay, should I figure out ways in which they can,
Adventure time.
I can like blend them together, or like figure out a way of them like, a way for them to show their like affection for me while I'm like telling them what to do or something. Like, it's really weird. It's like, because it's almost like I have to try and help them, because it's almost like what they want is almost very selfish, because they're putting themselves into like a passive position.
I mean, yeah, generally speaking, when you have two people and you're forcing the act on one of them, the one who's there is demanded something from usually gets seen as the selfish one. But also, when you have conflicting interests, whoever gets their way gets seen as the selfish one a lot of the times.
Yeah. But then I'm like,
I wonder
how am I ever gonna get what I want if like every woman I ever meet is just like be mean to me? I'm like, treat me like you control me.
Go on to the next one.
You wouldn't glide
It's
any
like
faster?
it's like the romantic women exist anymore. Like
No.
like I can't. It's like hard to imagine that like sex that isn't a kind of power dynamic. It's like no one has ever said they just want to like sleep with. It's like just have sex and like enjoy it and sort of
You have
make
to be
love. I
there
guess
dead.
the way to describe it. It's like it's like Dom hit me, fucking do this, temp control. It's like
It's funny to me
Okay.
that this seems to be like a consistent, basically, problem for you.
but it's like every single one, and it's like, and like the amount they said that like
And
it's like
there's no
15.
commonality between, like, where are you
The
going?
women I pick.
Yeah.
No, because this is across like 5 years.
Every demographic, all races, all.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, it's like 5 years and then about 15 plus women.
Not enough data. Reboot.
Okay, but then it's like, but even the ones I've talked to and not actually slept with, or like gone on dates, like so the 15 plus is just ones I've slept with. Like all the others I've gone on dates and talked with, and you know, like blah blah blah. It's like they're all the same as well. Which is just very odd. And like the only
Yeah,
person, the only woman, like
Like
the
I
women I
hope and
know.
believing that this, this is just perfectly consistent. Like there has to be an exception. I'm not willing to accept this.
Let's play.
Well, it's like I know there's I have a friend who I've known since I moved to London, and she's like 10 years older than me. She's like an artist friend of mine. And we like hang out a lot, talk a lot and stuff. And like, she's not into any of the rough da 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 da.
Maybe you
She's
should
just
date
like, you
her.
know, no.
Oh, too old, huh? Okay, fine.
But then it's like I want kids, she doesn't. And like,
Ah, okay.
just a bit different kind of.
Goals.
Just different, like the cat, like the personality.
Chemistry?
Yeah, yeah, just the kind of. We're good friends, but I wouldn't want to like date her. It's
Wow.
just a
So
bit.
intelligent.
And like, cause I know her very well, right? Because I've known her for like 5 years and see her all the time. So it's like, it's not that I'm just kind of, I have this sort of outward, like, oh, she's not my perfect physical appearance or something. Like, she's very good looking, but it's like,
Haha. Because you just say she's.
Personality. well, objectively.
Wow. That good, huh?
Here we go.
Yeah, but then again, she's like 40 something, so again, it's like,
I get it. Too old.
yeah. But then, yeah, so she's not like that. Because we talked together about all this stuff, like all the, like, relationships and things, and like guys she's met and
So it's like
people she's been with.
overall, like she's just like overall not very sexual.
No, she's like really sexual, but like not into any of this like hit me, slap me, fucking, but like dominate me. She's just like sex,
what's the
sensual,
alternative? I
like
don't know.
enjoyment, passionate. You know, just
No,
like just two people. You know,
I thought this was your artist friend. Why are you talking about sex?
we'll talk about everything.
I turned sex into art, baby.
Yeah, exactly. Very,
Oh.
very closely linked together.
Yes. It's all about the emotional connection. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like her, I know she's not like that.
The conjoinment of the soul. You can feel it in my balls.
Yeah. But then I don't know. It's just the
How
more.
important is sexual gratification in a relationship for you, Isaac?
Well,
Because
like,
having sex for the sake of kids and having sex for the sake of sex are two different things.
yeah. So it's like having enjoyable sex is important to me.
Okay.
But like,
On a regular basis.
yeah, like daily, ideally. But I don't know if that's feasible
Um,
for everyone.
I mean, I've heard stats that married couples have it like basically every other day as opposed to every day.
Well, yeah. Well,
But I think those stats were American, and I don't know if like different groups have different standards. I don't know.
yeah. But it's because it's like
Like how to put this? Like the Christian community in America is like kind of goofy, apparently. Where like there's just so much sex. No, Jesus Christ. There's so much sex around shame. That was no one was gonna say, but I had to get that out because that's a fucking amazing sentence. There's so much sex around. That seems to be the women you're talking to. There's so much sex around shame with those women. But there's so much shame around sex in the Christian community. Like even the men, like who talk together, like just talk about how disappointed they are that they keep on masturbating and shit like that.
yeah.
Like I wonder, like what level Christian you have to be for that to be the case. I'm a level 99 Christian.
No rest for the wicked.
I'm as pure as they get.
Yeah. It's just that's why I mean like a long-term relationship where it's like every time you sleep with them, it has to be some kind of fucking like role play shit. It's like that just sounds like tiring and like no, it doesn't sound genuine. It just sounds like
Performative.
yeah, like forced.
Sure.
It's not like natural. Like, that's kind of thing I like more recently, where it's like it's just felt more. It's not like your plan. Like, hey, come over and we're gonna do this, and it's like it's just I've been hanging out or I've gone somewhere and it's just happened, right? Which is it felt a lot better. Where it's just natural and like a part of like intimate. It's like a part of the intimacy. It's not like a pre-planned activity. It's like both people
Yeah,
desiring
it's like
and
a
wanting
play
it to
date
happen.
between adults.
Yeah. It's not that. It's like
I
just
don't
kind of.
know. Don't think
Well,
that
that can be
bothered
fun as
me
well, but
very
it's like-
much, honestly. Like I don't see anything wrong. Like, come over, let's have sex, and like think of the other things afterwards. It's not like coming over, have a movie, and then you have sex. Like it's just like difference in priority, so to speak.
Well, I was meaning more like relationships where it's like, come over, let's sleep together, then you leave.
Is that
So
what
there's
you're
like
talking?
no. Well, like some women, yeah. It's like there's no intimacy. It's like
Teamwork is
I
it's
can
just
see how
kind
that
of-
would be disappointing.
so it's so that it doesn't. It's like you're kind of.
Make yourselves a move.
It's like just like getting into the mood to do it is like a bit
Harder?
more difficult. Yeah, it's like or it's kind of
Glide any faster.
there's this element of like impatience or like kind of it's like performative. It's like, you know, there's more anxiety to it because you have to like be able to perform now or like be in the mood now. It's like it's happening now, so it's just a bit of no, like
It's funny, even in movies, how the shit is displayed has seemed like unappealing to me. Where follow the path of flowers, and then your man is like lying naked on the bed, is like ready to get ravaged, darling. It's just like this is
Yeah.
stupid and goofy, and I do not get it.
yeah. This kind of yeah, like the forced yeah,
Penetration. Wait.
that's right.
I'm glad you noticed. I'd be more worried if it didn't.
But then it's like being in that situation where you can do it genuinely is like it basically like you have to have the relationship first, right? It's not like one-off encounters and stuff. So it's like, and then it's hard. Like, say you just meet a woman and you're like, all you're doing is like casual sex. Like you're not dates or anything. It's just purely like you hook up together. Like the intimacy and like relationship you have is like it doesn't really facilitate any kind of natural
I didn't know you were
like,
natural.
intimate encounters and stuff. It's like it doesn't feel, you don't feel this like mutual affection of like both of you wanting to do stuff together, because it's everything is like you don't feel that they genuinely are attracted to you in that moment and like you as a person. It's like they're just coming to sleep with you, so it's like you're just using each other's like bodies from stuff, right? It's like so you kind of always have this like second guessing of like, do they actually like me, or do they just want to like sleep with me, or so you can feel attractive because they want to sleep with you, but then because so much of it
they don't
is
want to hang out with you afterwards. How much do they care?
yeah, or like because so much of it is almost like this role playing and trauma and dealing with shit like that. It's like they might like sleeping with you because they don't like it. You know what I mean? It's like
Wait, what?
it's like they could enjoy that. It's like so say for now they like rough sex, right? And they like feeling dominated and controlled and like used and stuff. It's like a part of that could be that they like that being done to them by someone they don't like, or that they're not totally attracted to. It's like being taken advantage of and used by someone who's not their like perfect person. Could be another part of why they like sleeping with you, because it's like they sort of
psychoanalysis went too deep for me.
It's like, or it could almost be like part of the humiliation that they enjoy. Like, say they like being humiliated. It's like they're sleeping with someone that's not their 100% perfect person. So it's like kinky for
There's
them
some
because it's like
embarrassment rolling around. Sorry, give me a second.
yeah. Because you always have these like second guessing.
Sorry. What are you saying?
So because you never really have like intimate moments and like know each other, you kind of always have this like distance, and like you kind of get into, you sort of basically come up with or figure out a way in which you like are able to perform or like have sex. So it's like it just becomes like super physical and like like if you're like too or like for me the issue is like it's hard to sleep with people when you're like nervous and like stressed and worried and like feel like you're and so like the ways you can combat that is like knowing that they like genuinely really like you, right, and are attracted to you, and like and then the other way is like not giving a shit about them. It's like
which I don't really like,
if you're just like using them, if it's just like a hookup, like if it's just like you don't give a fuck if they like you or not, right? And then so you have no stress because you don't give a shit if you do good or bad. You just sleep with somebody. So it's like one or the other. So usually when it's like casual like that, it gets to the other one where it's just purely like physical stimulation, and you just like turn each other on physically, and then just like do it. And then it's and that's
which
like
is which.
Yeah, because you don't have the excitement of it. It's like you don't. You like with the one where it's like you're actually with someone that you like. you feel.
And you always tell them apart. Because there's some guesswork involved.
No, like when it depends on. Usually, if it's early on, they're kind of mixed together because you don't know anything about them and like what the relationship is or anything. It's like they like kind of exist in your head almost, like their personality and like how much affection they have for you and all this stuff. So it's like you're physically attracted to each other, and you're like physically like turning each other on and like that kind of thing. And so, but you're still a bit nervous. So it's like that's how a common thing where people are like, the first time you sleep with someone, it's like never perfect. It's sort of
Never say
you
never.
take it with like a grain of salt, sort of thing. It's like you can work on sort of improving it, and like it's like the communication aspect I talk about of other things. It's like you slept with someone once,
Yeah. It's like,
and then
If
now
she-
you know, okay, yeah, they do this instead, do that instead.
it's like if she likes a finger in the butt, I don't think that's gonna happen with non-verbal communication.
Right, so yeah.
Or that dude is real spicy and confident. Holy shit.
Yeah.
Dude, I'd almost admire a guy who would do that. That is
Reveal thyself.
ballsy.
Yeah. It's just kind of. But then, if you start getting to a point where now you know that it's like you don't sort of like them personality-wise, or you don't feel any affection from them, or you're not seeing them in a relationship way, like then, but you can still see them in a way where it's like you don't give a shit if they like you or not. And so, if they can physically turn you on, then
Wait,
you
we
just
talked about
keep
this
sleeping.
before. Is there a new point here? Or just listing the possibilities?
Yeah, or it's kind of what were we talking about before, where it's like
Solidify.
You said that there's, I don't know, different types of sex that works, and if you can reach the point where you don't give a shit about them, that works. If you're just mutually compatible for sex, that works.
well, it's almost like you can have sex with them, but then it's like it's not as enjoyable as with someone you like and care about. And
Like, it works, it's not ideal.
yeah, but then so that's what I mean. It's like I can, if I'm with somebody, and like because the sex that I want is more like mutual, right? Or it's sort of like dynamic. It's not just me on like controlling them. Like because they always just want me controlling them. Then the way for me to enjoy doing that or to be able to do it is just like making it so that I don't give a shit about them.
Yeah.
So
Which
then it's like
for a relationship.
right. So then it ruins the
All the more valuable for it.
thing you get out of it.
yeah, or like it kind of separates sex from the relationship.
It's not
like-
something you enjoy together, something you do for the other person. Yeah.
Yeah, and so it's like that kind of. So it just kind of breaks down all the time. It's like
The Temple of Wisdom.
What, do you keep getting disappointed by that?
Time for
well,
takeoff.
it's like I feel like I can.
Reveal thyself.
I lose the desire to be with them or like romantic in any or like I stop.
I wonder how many
I can't like I can't swap between the things if it's someone I actually want to like be with properly. It's like
Sure.
yeah, it's
But you don't have a say in them.
yeah. But then again, I think it's just something I have not had really the opportunity to bring up too much. It's like because I've never dated anyone for a long time, ever really. It's like the longest like a
But you feel
proper
like you've never
relation.
reached a point where you could bring that up? Why haven't you brought it?
Oh no, I have. It's like it's more because.
The relationship hasn't
It's not that I
developed to the point.
don't like. It's not that I don't like doing things that they enjoy, right?
Sure.
It's like I say that I'll say like, oh, I like this and like mutual sex and you know like feel like intimacy and so it's like we both and they say okay, I like this and that and I like that as well sometimes, but I like rough so like I'm fine with like doing all the stuff they like as well. As long as it's not, it's like they'll do stuff with me as well, right? It's like back and forth, or it's like sometimes I can be like that, but then sometimes we can do it the other way. It's not just always every time we sleep together, it's like me controlling you. It can be both, right? It can be sort of like a back and forth. Do you know what I mean?
Trying to understand how both of you would define control.
Well, for them, it's literally just like I'm physically controlling them and making them do things.
Yeah, is that what you'd want?
Like that's enjoyable sometimes, right?
Okay.
But it's not like that's the only way we can ever have sex ever.
Sure.
Like we only have this like role play-ish type of sex. It's like because then it's that's not my like ideal thing all the time. But I can
Sure.
enjoy it sometimes, right? The same way it's like every activity you can't do all the time. You get bored eventually, right?
I started laughing because I just imagine you reaching the point where you just given up on getting anything out of it, so you just like start hamming it up and it's just like Daddy's home and he's brought the belt. It's just like your belly's sticking out. You wear like a ketchup stained wife beater and just acting like a complete idiot, just goofing it up, and there's like I can't get into it. It's like you're just like I don't give a shit.
Yeah, and it starts blurring the lines because it's like some of them are like they want that. It's almost just like they want me to not give a shit. So I'm like even more like aggressive.
Yeah, but like in terms of being aggressive, like just like make fun of the situation where it's like this clearly is what they want, but you think it's funny.
It's like if I'm actually like I'm gonna do what I want, and it's like what I want is like sensual stuff. So like I'm like tying them down, and it's like I'm gonna have a nice massage for you, and it's like they're like, what? I don't like that. It's like, well, who gonna give a shit what you want? I'm doing it.
Dude, pickle torture.
Yeah, exactly.
I didn't expect that. And then turns out they absolutely fucking hate it, so it's real torture.
Yeah. Or it's like combine it together where it's like it's just we're just gonna sit here and like make out, right? And just but then it's like I've like she's like fucking tied up to some fucking like sex toy that's like forcing her to like orgasm over and over and over, and it's like and so it's kind of nice, or just like happy like couple making out and being romantic, but then she's also being like forced into something, and it's like so it kind of works. It could work maybe, but it's like I don't know. It's why does it always have
that's not even relevant.
It's like it's almost like do I want to be the person in your life that like forces you to do stuff? It's like I don't for me that isn't a way that I show someone that I like care for them or like them. Like being there, like I'm not fucking MJ where I'm trying to like shape women.
Messages.
Yeah, I'm not trying to train you to be my wife. You know.
Jesus, like, this just sounds like a fucking recurring mission in Yakuza.
Yeah.
There keep being quests about dominatrixes and people who get dominated, and like they actually explore it, and that just makes it funnier.
Yeah.
Where it's like, the only time I really feel in control is when I don't have control, because when I try to take control of things, I get stressed out because that means all the responsibility is on me. So by handing over responsibility, I actually feel like I have more freedom. It's like, okay. Sound about right?
Yeah.
Can't see that.
Just a bit fucking.
What, weird?
Yeah,
Say
it's
weird,
also
I dare you.
like these, like I said before, where we're like someone I've been chatting with them and we've like done casual things together, and they're like, okay, I want a relationship with you now, but before I said I didn't. I'm just looking for something like casual, but now I want something. And I'm like,
Typical woman.
but then it's like, it's like I don't want that with you now because it's like,
Moved on.
I don't care about you.
Wow.
Because it's like the only way that I can kind of enjoy doing that act to you like over and over and over and over all the time is that like I don't give a shit. Because it's like the reason I don't give a shit is because it's like we never do it the way I want.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like they're not willing to do enjoyable things with me that I like.
Are they even open to exploration? They sound so fucking one-sided.
Kind of, but then it's like they say like that kind of sex, oh, it's boring for me. It's like I never get off to it, I never enjoy it, or it's like they can't like the way that I can enjoy doing it with them, they can't do it. They can't enjoy what it is. You know what I mean? It's like they can't enjoy different types of sex. It's like the only sex they can enjoy is where it's like rough stuff. And so if they did do it with me, it'd be like they kind of just it's like they do it, but then they're kind of they don't want they'll do it because I want it. Like they don't want to kind of.
Considering how much like you're describing masochists, do you think there are enough sadists in the world? Considering how often you come across these people.
It's
that's basically what they need, isn't it?
yeah.
Otherwise, it's all favors.
But then it's like usually because they bring it up as like a casual thing. It's like they just want the sex they want. You know what I mean? So.
Okay, sure, but what are you gonna do with that information?
It's kind of.
Oz, reveal thy... Let's play.
Go on.
Find anything you like?
Again, it's like the thing of like they want to like use you, and because it's like sex, and like guys are just like, yeah, I'll enjoy anything.
Which
And
means
so-
they're actually the ones in control, Isaac.
Yeah, and so it's like you kind of. It's like I can still do it. Like
Isaac, they're
it's like
raping your mind.
the sex is still enjoyable, but it's like not what I'm after. Like ideally.
Okay, we're looping. Do we have a final point?
Yeah. No.
Don't have sex, kids.
By romantic
Wait, shit.
brace yourself.
That was as poorly phrased as it could have been.
Think you can get away?
My question more is it's more just like I'm more interested in the idea of like why so many women like this kind of stuff.
Are interested in it?
Yeah, well, because for me it's more like I'm just worried. It's like
A pandemic.
they
One man's stone is another
Like
man's
what?
gem.
how do I find someone that wants to do the same things with me? You know what I mean? It's like how do I find someone that wants what I want when it's like no matter where I go and they're all different types of women I meet and do things, it's like they're all want to be like mistreated basically.
I mean, you know my Tinder recommendations. But a man.
Well, you won't marry me, so I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Open relationship with them?
Ugh. Isn't it just like friends, but you have to have sex with them?
Yeah.
Then it would just be, if you didn't have sex with them, it would just be friends,
I
right?
don't even consider it benefits. As the guy,
Yeah.
friends with duties.
Yeah. That's, yeah, pretty much.
What a way to phrase it. Have you smashed any friends that you've known for like a long time? Absolutely obliterated?
You mean like slept with them?
Yes. No, I mean physically punch them in their stupid face.
No, it's like most of my friends are guys, so it's like, no.
Oh, yeah, fair.
I don't think I've ever...
I was kind of exempting those considering you just told me you're gonna marry me. Whatever.
They're all
What was
as
the
ugly
conclusion?
as you are.
Oh. Nobody?
I'm trying to think. I don't think so.
Ooh.
Because most of like that kind of stuff might have happened when they was like younger or like at school or where you grow up and stuff, but like no.
Oh, I guess it was a different friend group you were talking about where everybody seemed to have smashed each other and you're just like, yeah, I'm not interested.
Yeah. I've never known someone for a long time as like friends or whatever and then slept with them. No, I've never done that.
You don't swing that way, huh?
Well, I just can't think of any friends.
Period. What a
Like,
great place to pause.
but it's like the friends, like the women that are like my friends now,
Yeah.
like my artist friend who I've known for years and that I'm not attracted to. And then it's like women who are like the girlfriends of my other friends. So it's like,
Which you are interested in.
no, it's like I'm not interested in them, and also they're dating my friends. So it's like it's like a double whammy. Like I'm never gonna do anything with them.
I'm gonna double dome.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm
I
just
triple
never.
can't.
No.
Because
I
I
feel
wondered
like
if
I
you ended
wasn't
up in some awkward situation as a result of that, but well, if they haven't happened, there's not much to talk about.
I probably will do soon now because it's like these
Would you make
events
it
I've
sound
been
like a
going
threat?
to,
Yeah.
like, and it's like because I've been seeing some of the people that go to these events and like they're my friends and like friends of friends and like it's a bit more likely for that to happen, I guess, or like the awkward situation is more like I was hooking up with them or sleeping with them, and then now we're not anymore, and then we're like, are we still friends? Yes, no, who knows? So I feel like those awkward
sort of
situations are
mysterious
more
and vague.
likely. It's like
Yeah, those
it's
are the
like
ones you want.
it's like you're like dating. Imagine it's like you're dating, and then it's like like everyone you're dating, no matter if it goes bad or good, you still see them again like all the time.
Yeah.
So it's a bit, that's the awkwardness. It's like dealing with that.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of.
It's like if you exclusively
But you
date the
haven't
people you work with
used-
or something.
You haven't had to deal with that yet? Is that what you're saying?
No, but I
Yet.
might have to next weekend.
No, cool. I
So-
thought you'd already have something similar to that just because of how you describe Miss Russian how do you like flip-flopped, and you seem to be seeing other women at the same time, so I was wondering, is this gonna end up with mixed messages and make things awkward?
No, like me and her, it's a bit more, I don't know, complicated. Like, not complicated. It's just like our relationship is just not common, I guess.
Yeah, it's so rare, Isaac, and special and cool.
No, it's not. It's just, it's like, from the outside, it's just a bit. It's like, I don't know, like we're more than friends because we like do stuff together and it's like go on dates and holidays and stuff like that. But then it's
There's the
like,
buck here somewhere.
yeah, but we both see other people, so it's like,
You're
but then
cheating
it's
on each other?
yeah, but then it's not even an open relationship because it's like we're not.
Yeah.
Because we both know like long-term goals aren't that's similar, so it's like it's unlike, you know. So it's
Maybe
almost
she'll
like we
change her
know.
mind.
I doubt it.
I mean,
I
you talked about
strongly
her-
doubt it
Okay.
because it's like kids.
Yeah,
And,
gotta have them.
well, it's like I feel like I want them, and it's like especially like now working at a primary school, and it's like seeing other people I know with kids, and it's like there's nothing that makes me think that I don't want them, and there's no like, and if I am going to have kids with somebody, I would want it to be like
Not her.
like a monogamous relationship, basically. Like I want a serious long-term relationship with the person I'm going to have kids with.
Yeah.
And so it's
And
like,
she,
and
wait,
because
that was one of the parts she wasn't interested in?
pretty much she's like not,
Oh, okay.
well she is, but then it's kind of, so like she would be, but then it's like
I
The
thought
the
you were
way-
kind of similar, where like you're seeing a bunch of people now, but eventually some monogamy would be in the future.
it's like it would be if we wanted similar things,
But you don't.
but we don't. So it's like it's almost like friends with
Yeah,
benefits,
so
but
the
like
conditional monogamy. That is what you're saying, right?
yeah, but then the conditions won't get met ever.
Would be met by you. Yes, sure, fine.
It's like
Well, Isaac, if you need help pleasing a woman, you can the right place.
tell me about all your experience.
Hashtag that's the joke. Thanks for explaining it.
Cheers.
You're welcome. Wait. Wait, who's making fun of who? I can't tell anymore.
Yeah. But it's like it makes me question my thinking. Like
Sexuality.
it's like, would I still want kids if I was with someone like how important is it? Like if it was someone that I was like crazy about and it's like I just want to be with them forever and we both like each other and it's like great, and if she like didn't want kids, like how much would my mind change? Or like if she physically couldn't have kids, or like, you know, some issue like genetic or whatever, like how, like I don't know how I would react. It's like I feel like I would stay with them because it's, for me it's more like the goal is it's more, I care more about having the relationship than I do about the kids, because it's like the only way I would want kids is with someone who I had a relationship with anyway. So it's like
Oh,
the
what
relationship
kind
is
of
more important.
relationship?
It's like I wouldn't want kids if it was just like me on my own, or if it was
Oh,
like,
so you could, or you would have done it now, I'm assuming.
it's like I wouldn't want like, say like I just sleep with someone or date for a bit and we have a kid and then we break up and we live apart and then we still have, like I don't want that. It's like I want a family more than, it's not just kids, I want like a family.
Sure.
So it's like, So the relationship, but it all hinges or based on the like foundation of like a good relationship with a woman. So like that is more important to me than
What? You're telling me
what's
you
the-
wouldn't raise a child if you were gay? Hmm?
well, I wouldn't know because it's like imagining
Too
if I
gay
was
for me.
gay, would I still want kids? Like me, I guess. Probably, but like because I would be gay in that situation, I wouldn't care so much about having my own like biological children
There you go.
because it's like I'm
You
gay.
wouldn't have the option,
Oh,
yes.
oh. Right, but now I do have the option. So yeah,
What if I take it away?
you're the fucking like testicle fairy or something. You like steal all my sperm.
You think the sperm fairy would be after your sperm?
Oh yeah, it's po-
Is the sperm fairy the one that shows up when you have wet dreams?
yeah.
Hides it
And
under
like,
your pillow.
no, they stuff like money into your pants. You wake up and it's like coins
That's
and
one
notes.
step up from a strip club, Jesus.
Yeah, it's basically that. But like, you wake up. Imagine what your parents
what
had
if
to
you
do.
wake up too early and just see like this buck-toothed fairy? It's like, yeah, lover boy. It's like,
Yeah. Like stuffing coins in your trousers and like your
Your
pajamas.
sticky trousers, might I add.
Yeah, yeah. You got like pound notes, like you got like 20 quid, sort of like stuck to the end of your dick or something.
Oh shit, down into the foreskin, just get in there.
It's like rolled up. It's like it's like shake, and it's like you hear the fucking coins like rattling around.
Use your ass like a coin slot.
Or they just like tie a coin purse to your balls. The old days.
Give you a Prince Albert made out of a coin purse. So you got a second sack underneath.
Like, they just like
You're like a
stamps and stuff.
fucking Krogan with 4 testicles.
Well, it's like what you do is like if you keep having wet dreams, you like write your bank details on your dick, and then they can like transfer your money. It's like putting up a stocking for Santa Claus.
Okay, Isaac. So you think they would actually pay you more than a single pound, so they need your bank account details? Those are some generous
And,
fairies.
Depends how big the load is.
Aha!
It's like if you're a tooth fairy and you find like 10 teeth under the pillow, you give them more money, don't you? Like per tooth. But then if it's a wet dream, it's like the size of the load.
If
I
you're a
guess.
tooth fairy and show up while they sleep, why would you give them fucking anything? That's what I want to know.
By royal decree.
Well, yeah, that's what I thought. You don't have an answer either. I'm too smart.
I'm too smart.
Fucking in it.
Anyway. I don't know.
Has anything interesting happened in your childhood, Isaac? Hmm?
Let me think.
Okay, enough thinking. Get to
Well, what do you mean by like?
what interesting.
I'm trying to think of something like formative or like traumatic or like just things I remember.
At this point, I'll settle for literally anything you can remember. Yes.
Think you can get away?
Well, okay.
I summon thee.
Like I remember like being in a school play and like,
I remember that.
and it was like,
Did you ever have delusions of grandeur where you're just like, oh, I can do this forever. I'll be the best actor of all time. Or it's like, I have a
nah.
great singing voice, and then you just like start singing and get tired of that after a week. Like flip from one thing to another. That seems to be something that kids do.
I remember like only two I remember two, and the two I remember. The first one was like I was really young, and I was like narrating or something, or like talking
Narrating?
over. Yeah, or, like reading something in the play, and just being like really nervous.
Find anything
And my
you like?
parents, I remember my parents looking at me or something.
Or something. They were
I just remember,
all
alright, I
sweating.
remember looking at them.
Yeah.
I don't know. All I remember is the feeling of like
It's
being
like
nervous.
you were making everyone nervous. You make eye contact and they burst out in cold sweat. That would be one hell of a superpower. You're so goddamn socially awkward. People break down.
And then it's like I remember in like even the school I'm like helping in with now, like the different year groups or classes sometimes do like assemblies or plays like for the school. It's not for like parents, it's like for the other students. Right. And I remember one, and it was like there was some kind of like we had some sort of choreography or like dancing or something or like outfits or something. I can't remember exactly. But I just remember like my older brother and his friends like laughing at me.
Because of the outfit for a choreography? Was this for school?
Yeah, so like in school during assembly, like my class or year group or something was like doing the play, like doing a performance for the school because every like class has to do one or something.
Not doing your mom. The entire assembly.
I do your mum.
Isaac, it's a song. Stop being so aggressive. Doing your mom, doing. You haven't heard that? Yeah.
But I just like, and I just remember doing something in the performance, and then like my brother and his friends laughing at me. That's it.
I'm sorry
Like,
you
I
have to
felt-
experience that, Isaac.
Yeah, I felt stupid.
Oh,
And
dude,
then after that, I was like, I was never again in any other school performance or play or anything.
Oh, I had a similar experience to that. Okay, you know how I'm fucking schlub and I don't bother trying?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
I remember coming out of my bathroom and like, this was like the first time I've ever used the hair gel or some shit, and like I had a uncontainable amount of hair, so it was a fucking mess. And when I came out, my brother was standing there with I was about to say two of his girlfriends. He wasn't a player like that at that age.
How old are you?
But honestly can't remember. I don't know, 12.
Okay.
Most likely in my teens. I was like, I remember those two friends of his because they were just really fucking nice. I actually liked when they came over.
Yeah.
It's like, it's kind of funny because like, it's not like I had an easy time talking to girls.
They were both girls.
Yeah, but I think they like were just good at talking to other people.
Yeah.
But it's like it's kind of funny because like pretty much every single one of my brother's now I was about to say boyfriend. Like I just
Shouldn't be a
remember
problem,
like being sort of like dickish towards me.
Yeah.
So it's like
Yeah, that's how boys are.
so like when I came out of the bathroom and they were there, like they didn't give me shit. It was only my brother giving me shit. But like that was enough for me to just like, yeah, okay, I guess I'm never doing this again. And I feel like I think I actually just didn't.
Yeah. It's just kind of.
It's like because like it was so instant karma. Like the first time I tried doing this, the second I exit the fucking room, my brother's there's like, look at this motherfucking Backstreet Boy looking motherfucker. I'm like, oh, okay, sorry.
Yeah. It's that kind of trying new things.
Yeah, and immediately backfiring. Like I said, like I don't think karma could have been more instant. Like he would have to have been in the room with me, but then he wouldn't have had the grand reveal and the fucking backlash.
Yeah.
I wonder if those two being there, like even though like they didn't seem to judge me, just the fact that my brother did in front of them, that might have been extra fuel to the fire. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, definitely.
So like shit like that makes me wonder how sensitive kids are to how to put this, like basically needing reinforcement. You know what I mean?
Yeah, because when I think about it,
Curiosity deserves a reward.
like most, hmm, most of these like memories I have of like the both of those ones of like the school plays and performances and like feeling like stupid and like embarrassed socially and all this kind of stuff. It's like they all pretty much happened before I went to like high school, like upper school. Like here we call it upper school, but so before the age of like
Some of those terms are fucking confusing to me.
yeah.
Like,
Well,
I went
'cause
through your education system, and I still don't.
yeah, it's like well, because it was also extra confusing because in my specific town, like every other like well, you know, like counties, right? Every other county in the country
Mhm.
had a two-tier system for schooling, but our one had a three-tier system. So you went to three different schools instead of two, right? So it like split things up even more.
Okay.
So it's like,
What
and so
the?
it's hard for me to remember like when I started at the different schools, the different ages, because it's like split up. It's not just like you remember starting high school because it's like you're there in that same place for so many years or whatever.
Mhm.
Um, how old was I? Like year 9, year 3 is 7 and 8.
Here,
So like
999.
maybe like 13, 14 or something like. So basically, all these like bad memories or like memories I have of like embarrassment or like childhood shit and brother laughing at me and like awkward, like making bad decisions, like being embarrassed and stuff.
Mhm.
It's like all of that is like before that age, and then by that time I basically hang out with the same friends, did the same things, never did any clubs at school, never went out like drinking, never went to any like clubs after
This sounds
school.
familiar.
It's like completely
Just don't
like
even bother trying, sort of attitude.
yeah, or it's like I like the situations I put myself in were like 100% like safe and like completely the same people. There's no like possibility for embarrassment because it's just the same people, same activities. And then it's like, and then when then what happened when I went to uni
Committed to memory.
Uh-huh.
in the first year, it was like the friends I made all kind of left because they like failed the first year and shit.
We go.
And then it was like I was like didn't know I didn't have any friends and I've been so comfortable my whole life. And like since then, like same friends, same school, never going to clubs, just playing games all the time. It's like
Yeah.
I didn't do much at uni other than the classes
Comfort
and
creature.
yeah, so like hang out with you guys in the third year and stuff, but then you just became almost like my new small group of friends that I just did the same shit with all the time.
Mhm.
And so it was like basically from the age of I don't know like 13, 12, 13, 14 till like 20. It was just same group of friends hanging out, playing games, doing the same stuff, never going outside of comfort zone ever, basically. Never
Dude, that
feeling
sounds great.
embarrassed, never feeling like good, bad, never dating anybody, never
Make yourselves at home.
Yeah, because
like caring about
emotions
anything.
and bad Isaac never feel.
Right. And so it's like that, but then as soon as I moved to London, I'm just like speed dating, singles events, fucking random parties,
Experience
da-da-da.
everything.
Yeah, like I'm just like mass fucking like difficult situations, like crazy fucking potential for embarrassment and
I mean,
awkwardness.
you could have ended the sentence there and it would have fit. Just mass fucking.
Yeah. But that didn't even
Sounds like a
happen
pretty
when
good
I
description.
first moved to London. It's like I didn't like I didn't.
Awesome.
I've been in London like 6 years, but like I never actually like slept with anyone until like 2 years after I moved here. So it's like even then it was still like learning curve and like figuring shit out and like, what the fuck am I doing? Like, all this stuff.
You said you moved to London and didn't sleep for people. Sleep for people. I mean, that almost fits in 2 years. Hello, anyone here?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. 2 years, I guess.
Yeah.
This noting.
Writing it in your book.
Yes.
Doctor's notes.
I need to chronicle everything about you, Isaac. You're my friend, and I'm interested in you sexually, I guess.
Oh. Stop trying to marry me. Okay.
But Isaac, what if one day we already confirmed you might want to have a child with a man?
No, I want a child, a biological child.
What about a man-child, huh?
That's me already. So
God, that's horrible.
got one of them already.
Wait, no.
All my friends are man children, so
Oh, dude. Why do man-children make such good friends? I kind of mean that on a roll.
no pressure.
Yeah.
Like zero pressure, zero like fucking.
Okay, like I feel like
Do
most man
basic
children
shit.
are soft boys. I feel like most soft boys, I don't know, make good listeners. good at carrying conversation.
It's like it's very
Not
like
being judgmental.
non-judgmental, non-confrontational,
Yeah.
non-aggressive, non-competitive. Just like have fun, do like fun shit. That's literally what me and my friends back home would do. It's just like literally
Oh, literally.
go to school, come home, play games, and then weekends go to one of our friends' house and just like play Halo, play Xbox, eat pizza, sleep over. Forever. Like over and over and over and over and over forever. For like 5-10 years.
I mean, if you enjoy each other's company, that sounds fucking great.
Yeah. But then, you know,
The problem
then
is
they
when you
would
start
do
getting
stuff.
restless, and then this isn't good enough, and now you're getting stressed, and now you
Yeah.
might even be ruining this relationship that I actually did enjoy. That's when the problem starts showing up.
Then they would do stuff like they would go out, and then they would go to like festivals, and they would go like drinking and like parties and stuff.
And then you have to change as well.
No, it's just when they went to do stuff, I would just play online games like MMOs.
By royal decree.
Oh no. I'm so
So
sorry, Isaac.
I had like another group of online friends I could be comfortable with.
Ideal.
Yahoo!
So it's like instead of having to get out of my comfort zone and go with my friends to do stuff, I'm like, oh, I
You're
just
my
make.
friends now.
There's another easier group of friends I can make that just live online. It's even
I guess
more
that's
like
true.
comfortable.
Oh
I
no!
just turn them
It's
off if I need
backfiring.
them.
Yeah. Oh my god. I feel like I shouldn't say this in case my dad ends up watching this, but that's basically how my dad is. He doesn't fucking show up to almost any family gatherings unless he knows he has a fucking escape route.
Yeah.
Like he has to be able to dive from the balcony and land in the Batmobile.
It's like your escape route could just be you leave. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Like
He needs an excuse. He needs to be like, oh,
kind of, yeah. Sometimes he needs a physical escape route, though. So, like, because he's retired and he's gotten rid of his car because I don't use this thing enough. It's not responsible, even though he fucking loves cars.
Odds reveal. Hey, let's light it up.
So he doesn't have his own car. Then he doesn't have a easy option to like physically get away.
oh yeah, yeah.
And then it's like he feels guilty if he's gonna ask somebody else to drive him because then he's dragging them away from the party too. So it's like, okay,
Yeah.
it has to be close. It has to be easy for me to get away.
But you're not heard of like a taxi.
It's my lucky lucky day.
But that's also fiscally irresponsible.
Yes.
You fucking guess, it's obvious now, innit?
Bicycle. Yeah, like an
Bisexual?
e-bike. And like an e-bike. Just like he can pedal where he wants, go where he
Like,
wants, but it's
have
like
you-
it can go at 30 miles an hour.
Okay, sure. Have you ever been to a party that was so bad you had to escape on a bisexual?
Hmm. Good question.
Yes, a reasonable one, I must say.
I might have done.
One
actually.
I've asked myself many a time.
More like I escaped with a bisexual.
Oh.
Like they had a car and all the buses were like, well, it was like it was too late. Like all the tubes had gone. Like it was like I had to get like a 3-hour bus or something.
Did you make
So I'm
friends
like, oh.
with any of those bisexual dudes? I remember you talking about like you met a lot of them, but I'm not sure if you befriended any of them.
Yeah.
And
I
also,
made
was
friends with
this a
those.
woman you're actually talking about that?
No. Like I have a bunch. Like a lot of the guys that I'm friends with at these events and stuff. They're like, I don't know if I'd say they're my friend. Like not like me and you and stuff like that. My, you know.
Friendly
They're like
acquaintances. Yeah, sure.
Like I would call them friends, but then it's not. I guess it's just not the same way that we're friends. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, I still have a
No.
hard time defining friendship because there's so many various degrees.
Yeah, but like yeah, so they're my friends still. And, like they're like bisexual. Their bisexuality like never comes into anything. It's like the sexuality is like irrelevant.
Oh, their sex life sucks.
It's like we just don't talk about it. Like you know.
yeah, I just went with the worst interpretation because it was funny.
Yeah. It's like the only time I see them is at events, so it's like you never have long
You
conversations.
never knew they existed.
I see
Yeah.
everything.
You just sort of float around and have different chats and do different activities and stuff. It's like you never get into like deep conversations. You just like talk about other stuff or walk off and talk to someone else.
Temple of Wisdom. Midnight. Yeah, a minute to memory. Let's light it up. Yahoo! Ja. Ja.
Is it because you're homophobic?
Hell yeah.
Oh shit.
Teamwork is dreamwork. By
Wasn't
royal
expecting that.
decree, winter gliding, think you can get away?
I'm gonna die here.
I'm not sure I can look you in the eye anymore after you said that.
Hey,
No, I'm dead.
Ooh. Jesus. Absolutely pounded. Christ.
But it's actually true. It's like the bad like childhood memories I had. It's all like pre 12 years old because then I just like isolated myself from any situations that could be like bad.
I feel like, as long as I can remember, I've had a bad attitude. Like, I'd make up my mind ahead of time whether or not I'd like
Yeah.
it, and based on that,
Yep.
I may or
Literally
may not
same.
try something, but it was basically never trying anything.
Yeah.
I generally feel bad for my
Like-
parents because of that shit.
Like I'm identical, like the same thing, and it's like. And I remember, I say after finishing uni.
But like, I can't even blame anything traumatic. It's like I said, like as
No.
long as I can remember, I was just like this. I was like,
It's like a
fucking
slow drift.
embarrassing.
It's like you don't. There's like having an avenue to like distract yourself, like because games and the same friends and things. It's like
Yeah.
there is something that can
The-
keep me occupied unlimited,
Yeah, so there's
basically.
like, how to put this? Even if there isn't pressure from the outside for me to try things, the fact that there's like something that can pull me away from even trying the things,
Yeah.
it like is a bad combination. It's just a double dose of wasting time.
Yeah.
I can't believe my parents didn't
I kind of feel the same.
force
Like
me to try new things while I was a
Yeah.
kid. Because this feels like I developed a habit and it's god awful and I wish I wasn't this way.
But I think because I actually had regular friends and I would like go on weekends and
As
like
opposed to me, what do you mean?
no, I'm like I'm similar with you, like where it's not that I was always in my house, always.
Uh-huh.
It's like
I mean, I wasn't a
would
hermit or
go-
a shotgun. It's just, yeah, I
Right.
didn't try fucking anything.
that's what I mean. So it's like they didn't know what I did on the weekend. Like I'm going to my friend's house, and it's like
I wonder who this guy
sometimes
could
we
be
just
from.
go into town and like walk around and all like go to the cinema and this and that. It's like normal social stuff. Like they
Uh-huh.
don't know the degree to which it was like
Dysfunctional.
yeah, because it's basically just like what they would see is like me going to school with my friend, like talking to my friends and having fun at school and doing good in school, coming home and like playing some games and like planning to do stuff on the weekend, and like then on the weekend I'd just basically not be at home the whole weekend. But it would be
Hmm.
like going to my friend's house, getting food, ordering pizza, playing games the whole weekend. And so it's like it just sort of it didn't seem bad from the outside because there was still some social aspects to it.
Hmm.
And so it's like it's not. And also I think it's a very new situation. It's like what other parents have been around where it's like you can like live in video games and sort of be so kind of
Grow, grow, grow.
taken in.
Nah. I played World of Warcraft with my dad. He knew the fuck what I was getting into.
Well, okay, maybe, well for him
He doesn't
probably
get
he's
that
like,
excuse.
well, okay. Well, probably even harder for your dad then, right? Because he's like, this is what I like and my son likes it. So
Something to bond over, sure.
yeah, it's just he doesn't see anything wrong with doing it because he likes it. Or something like that. I don't know.
I guess.
Yeah.
But again,
Uh,
the problem isn't that I play video games. The problem is I didn't do fucking anything else.
but like, do they know this now about you? That you feel bad that you didn't do anything when you were young? Like, do they see
Yeah,
the results?
Like,
You know
I
what I mean?
kind of had this conversation with my dad. My mom would be hopeless to have this conversation with.
Mm. But that's what I like, because what happened with me, I remember, is like, went to uni, came back from uni, just so that's when my parents sort of noticed it because I came back from uni, right?
And did fucking
And
nothing.
and I like just stayed in my room on computer because I had all my friends that I used to do stuff with on the weekends and whatever. Like they were off at
They were
uni
busy
and
now. Yeah.
weren't in Bedford anymore. And it's like, so it's basically just me in my room 24/7. It's like, and I'm like, and I got
yourselves.
bigger at uni. Like I got more overweight, and so it's like. But then that's basically my parents were like, you need to get a job or like pay rent or something. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so it's like forcing me out, and then that, which actually did help me basically, like them almost like forcing me to get a job
Yeah.
is like solved a lot of the
Complacency
problems.
is easy.
Yeah. So it's like when they actually saw that there was an issue, then they did something to like stop it almost.
I think I told you about that, but that's why I have sympathy for. God, I hate it when I think of too many things at the same time and then I lose one of them that I was actually going to talk about. Let's see. Complacency.
What, Warcraft?
I guess I just have sympathy for them in general.
Yeah.
People who end up getting sort of stuck in life and not doing things.
Mm.
Or just not progressing. However you want to phrase it.
Yeah. And because like I understand it now. It's like I understand it from like the whole start to finish. It's like I could see the warning signs or potential issues or like like trying to look more in depth at the stuff that my kids might be doing. It's like,
Mhm.
because it's like, yeah, I was going out and socialized with my friends, but it's like the same 4 friends, 3 or 4 friends for like
Mhm.
5 years, 10 years,
I
and
don't
then
think
it's
that is a
like,
bad thing, honestly. You
no, but
might
it's like,
stick with it.
but then long term in terms of like development of a person, it's like, I
You need to
literally,
try meeting new people. Like, is that what you
but then
mean?
also I would never speak to girls. I never dated or had a girlfriend or anything. Never any kind of relationships with women or never explored any kind of like sexual desires at all. It's like,
Honestly, I feel like that's relevant later almost.
I don't know because it's the commonality of most people is like you progress through, like you have experience of relationships, right? And it's like for me, I had like zero any experience of relationships, and I was like 23, 24,
By royal decree.
25, and it's like everyone else around me has been like have some kind of thing or experience with anything from like age of like 14, 15 or something, 16. So I'm like behind everyone else, and it makes it more difficult for me to like interact and understand what's happening and how to be and how to date, and because that's like I have no experience, because again it's like a skill you develop, like social skills, dating
Sure.
skills. So it's like developmentally
Okay,
I'm like
but
stunted.
Okay, what's the age when you should start developing that?
Well,
Like, should you be in a committed relationship when you're 13? I don't fucking know.
no,
Is
but
that
it's
an
like you,
expectation to have?
it's like
Because that's the kind of
I
relationship that actually matters.
so yeah, but okay, so when would you say it's like a good time for people to like asking out someone they like?
I don't know. Like, part of the problem is that as a kid, what the fuck does asking somebody out even mean, and what do you hope to get out of it? Like,
But it's not so
if,
much
if
what
you're
you're
hoping for
saying.
sex, I'm not sure.
No, but it's like
Could be
girlfriend,
running on
boyfriend.
pure horny.
But then it's like you're developing as like a person, as like a human being that like will have relationships in the future. It's like what it's
Kind of
like
a hope, yes.
basically how you're deciding what you do with your like urges, right? It's
Yeah,
like
but how to put this? Like, any experience you have is going to form you. But some experiences like more relevant later than earlier, and like you sort of can't have a good relationship before you have a bad relationship. So in one way, yes, you should get it out of the way early, but also kids don't have any fucking idea what they want out of a relationship anyway. They just feel a pressure to and like some vague urges. I'm not sure how beneficial it is for kids to try and get into any sort of relationship with a girl that early. It's just, I guess at best it helps you sort your feelings out and figure out why the fuck you think girls are scary in the first place or some shit, but I don't
But then,
really see that much
yeah.
value in it, honestly.
But then it's like how like have you ever asked a woman out? Have you ever asked a woman out?
Hell no. Why would I ever?
Right, so it's like
Commit to memory.
like how many like like I never asked any woman out until I was like until I moved to London, right? I was just like 20 something. Like I'd never
Here we go.
actually done the thing where it's like, hey, would you want to go for a drink? Like I'd never done that.
And
it's
you
like-
feel like you needed that.
Well, no, it's more like how now I'm like more an adult and I want to have relationships and I want to have
At
sex
least
and I
that's
want
out
to.
of the way.
It's like how do I do that? So it's like how do I initiate some kind of relationship or dates or anything? And like how do I understand how to talk to women without
Yeah,
being
but
like
this is
scared
sort of
of
what I'm
them?
saying. Like when you're a kid, this isn't relevant. The girls are there at your school. Here it's like, okay, I need to, like, because you worked at the post office, wasn't it? And there weren't a lot of women there, I'm assuming.
Yeah.
You don't have to figure out that, okay, there are places that I need to go in order to try and pick up women. Okay, what are my interests and all this shit. All that kind of stuff is way more relevant later on, because the chance of you finding somebody that is going to share your life path with you when you're a fucking teenager is highly unlikely.
But the skill to actually like be able to talk to them.
Yeah, but like I said, you can develop that shit at any point. Why as a kid?
I know, but it's
like, of course you need
more-
that skill, but there's a bunch of skills you could gain and you could get those earlier. Why this one?
But then but then because what's happening is like,
sort of like basic social skills, like talking in front of people would basically help you do that, and that's like beneficial in other fields and areas as well.
yeah, but then you have to think of like when you're dating in like a sort of, I don't know a word to describe it. You're like like a marketplace, or like there's like the people
sexual marketplace, highly relevant for a child.
Yeah, no, but I mean, when you're older, dating people and trying to date, and it's like your level of competency affects how you do and like how people see you and like what, like
Yes.
you being able to get data to talk. So it's like, but your level of competency is more based on your experience. So if you have zero experience and then
You're
jump
going to
into
struggle.
like
Yes,
date,
like,
yeah.
I feel
So it's
like
like
we're looping because I'm not denying any of this. Like, I just.
You're saying
seem
it's
to think
relevant
more
to do it.
relevant.
It's like you're saying it's not really that important or relevant to do it when you're younger, but I'm saying it is because you're gaining experience.
But I'm saying that there's a bunch more a bunch more important experiences that are only really gonna matter to you by the time you've grown to a certain age. Like, when you're a kid, yes, you can approach women. Yes, you can try to have sex, even though the legality around that is sort of getting questionable. But you're not going, like, you're probably not thinking about what kind of woman I'm looking for. What is my life path? Who do I want to share the rest of my life with? That shit isn't going to be relevant, and you need to sort that shit out before you like start setting a lot of these goals.
Yeah,
and that's going
but
to
usually-
shape a lot of the interactions you have with women. Because once you know what you want, you're not going to say the same thing. If you're just after sex, you're going to interact with a woman completely differently.
How do you
than
know
if
what you want? Usually, you know what you want through the experiences you go through. It's like me dating these people.
Yes, kind of, but
So it's like if I've dated
a kid
nobody,
hasn't sorted like the most basic shit. Like, like while you're still in school, you're like the safety net, and the fact that all of this shit is like obligatory. Like, it's such a different environment compared to what happens as soon as you leave. Like, I would basically agree with you. Like, if somebody's a high school dropout, shit becomes way more relevant because the safety's off, everything is serious, everything needs to be taken seriously. But while you don't have to take things seriously, you're operating in such a different context that I don't think it almost matters, like almost at all. Like you're gonna get some tiny nuggets of experience, but that's like almost like a single date or like hang out with two girls while you're young, so you know how awkward you are, so you know what you're going to deal with later on, and that's about it. You can get those experiences early, but like everything else, I don't know. Like, I mean, you tell me. Like, what sort of experiences are you trying to say that you, I don't know, wish you had?
well, before I moved to London, where it was like my like level of social awkwardness, that it's like
Which you
that
can
is
get skills towards that don't have to happen early.
but then it's like when you're in like younger and it's like school and like you go to different places or you go to like festivals or events or like parties and house parties and I don't know, all this stuff. It's like I never did any of that, so
Yeah,
my
those sort of
ability.
experiences definitely should.
That's
Getting
what I
out
mean.
of
So
your
it's like
comfort zone.
yeah, so like
But like,
getting out.
you're not likely to. How did this put this? Like, now you're talking about things in the context that makes sense to me. Like, going out to party or just trying new things is something that's always going to be good for you. It can always operate in that context, even as a kid, because you can't just make up your mind that something's shit before you even tried it, which is a mentality that I have. That is toxic. It's bad. It's not good for anything. You should curb that as soon as possible. And I think you can understand that even as a kid, if you're just like pushed enough and exposed enough to new experiences to know that these things aren't as dangerous unless you have a shit brother that mocks you as soon as you come out the door. That almost sounded like it was building up to come out the closet.
Yeah.
So,
But then it's like, in terms of new experiences when you're young, it's like you kind of
like I think a lot of kids seek comfort and need to push them.
that's what
out.
I'm like. Say you're like 16, 17, right? It's like
But
every
like, do you think if your parents like pushed you and told us like, oh, you need to get out there and start hooking up with girls, do you think you would like be able to handle that in a proper way, or would you just like break down because it's too fucking awkward and you're only doing this because of the pressure of your parents? Like that's sort of what I mean. Like you can't put it in a proper context. You almost have to do it naturally.
No, but that's what I mean. I feel like if you're age like 16, 17, 18, it's like dating girls, women, like that is a part of
Think you can get away?
taking yourself out of your comfort zone, and it's usually a part of every activity you do outside of school. It's like nightclubs, parties, festivals, like events, traveling, like pretty much like most of them, like other women being there, like women being there, and like people wanting to date and hook up or like do something like romantic or sexual. It's like it's all merged within that, so it's like you can't separate it. It's like I don't think you could have like all these experiences like 16, 17, 18 getting out your comfort zone without dating being a part of that, and like or like wanting to date or wanting to
To me,
do
like
something.
dating is sort of the goal. Everything else is building up to that.
Well, maybe dating is too strong. It's more like just
let's go like beyond even teens. You can build up to having relationship skills without ever actually putting in the context that you're going to be in a relationship. Like again, the public speaking shit, just like knowing how to relate to another person, how to have empathy, how to understand what the fuck you want. All of these things are necessary. They don't even have to be put in context of a relationship. But as soon as you start like going trial by fire, like
but it's hard to get these experiences when you're older unless you do trial by fire, basically.
yeah, but like when you're older is the only time it makes sense to do trial by fire is my point.
But then it's like you could have
Like
done it younger where it's not trial by fire.
Unless the kid inherently has these interests and like is driven towards like I'm gonna get like they're fucking I don't know 12 and I was like I know I want the family, I know I want the wife. Like now we're talking a completely different ballgame because I don't
No, but
know
that's
these
like-
people. I don't know if they even exist.
But that's not the point. I mean, like the way that parents like force a kid out of their comfort zone because
Yeah.
they know in the future they need the skills of, you know, pursuing new things, dealing with strangers and new places and whatever. It's like you as the parent should also know that in the future your kids will want to have relationships with people. So you're like forcing them out of that. You're almost like forcing them to pursue relationships at a young age as like training. But you're doing it in a way where it's
Honestly,
like you're pushing them into social situations where dating is pretty much guaranteed to happen because at that
Yeah,
age
kind of,
it's
like-
just there. And like that's what the parents will want you to
I push them
do.
to get out of the comfort zone. I push them to get comfortable with being uncomfortable. I do that sort of shit, but that is valley beyond
But then
relationships
it's like,
anyway.
but then it's like, for most people find that like relationships and dating and sex and stuff, it's like like a massive part of their life,
Wouldn't gliding be
or it's like
faster?
most people's life. It's like the main thing, right? Or like one of the main things. And so, ideally, if you actually think about it, as a parent, it's like if you're trying to raise a kid to like fit into society and be able to get what they want from life, you want them to almost be good at relationships and develop relationship skills
Yeah, of course.
and like have experiences and things. So it's like
I feel like we're looping. Like, I don't actually understand what it is you want, because
well,
my
you keep saying
solution
this
is
like
my solution is like get them to interact with as many people as possible, get comfortable doing that, understand how to handle the various social situations, all that kind of shit. Are you saying the same thing as me, or are we still?
no, I'm saying there's the
arguing? I'm
additional
confused.
like no like you're saying it's like you're not including dating skills as part of that important factor.
I don't consider dating skills to be unique. Like, this is just relationship skills, and that isn't the same as dating skills. Like, knowing what you want from a relationship is relevant, even if you're same sex, or you're platonic, or you're just asexual. Like,
Time for
No,
takeoff.
it's like
if you don't understand what you're getting out of a relationship, then
Committed to memory.
but that's like irrelevant if you can't
You can be-
even get into a relationship in the beginning. Like the idea of dating skills not being as relevant as relationship skills. It's like you can never get in a relationship if you don't know how to date. Like you'll never be able to ask someone out.
I think we're
You could be
seeing these things
amazing.
as more separate than.
Yeah, but they are separate, I think.
Really.
It's like it's a lot more
Like-
difficult to get into a relationship than it is to like kind of
What, maintain it?
to some degree. It's like well as a guy, like from my experience, it's like getting to
Yeah,
a
I
point
guess.
where I could
Like, based on
like
how people talk about it, that doesn't seem to be the case. Like, you can easily get into superficial relationships. It's meant.
but that's what it's like.
It seems like
It's easy
maintenance is way harder, but maybe we're defining these things differently. I don't know.
because but then it's like it's easier to get in them for most people because they've had that experience their whole life of pursuing and like asking people out and being young and like trying to get girls and things like that. And it's like but then none of them have had to try and like maintain a relationship. So that's why it's harder. So it's like you kind of
Unless people have high school sweethearts, it seems like the ratio is definitely that the difficulty is maintaining a relationship.
then it's not important to have maintaining relationships when you're young anyway, because usually people move and go to different places, different life goals and things. So it's like it's almost not worth teaching them. They're never going to develop relationship skills anyway as a young person
Basically.
because they'll never. So, but then dating skills it is possible because they have the opportunity when they're younger to ask people out and be able to navigate a social situation where you can like find someone you like and then try and like get with them or ask them out or date them or
Everybody stand
have a good time and think it's like
Sharing my knowledge.
the ability to
Think you can get away?
ask someone out and like get a date
Brace yourself.
is like really difficult for most people. And it's like and like do it no I don't mean just literally being able to talk to someone and ask them out, actually like getting a date with somebody
Anything you like?
is the difficult part.
Yeah.
And like
Depending on the environment, but like that's like part of the skills, like knowing where and when and how to read social cues.
but then that's what I mean, like that is part of being able to read the social like it starts from a young age where you're like going to parties and events and there's girls there and
Yes, but that's separate from dating, which has been my point. You can develop all these skills without. What
I think
are
we're
we arguing?
yeah, I think the issue is more like what you're defining dating skills and what I'm defining dating skills.
Another test.
And like what you're defining relationship skills and all this kind of like
What is it you want, guys?
fucking puss all day, every day.
Okay.
want-
something more
I want-
relevant to the conversation. Maybe you
I
want to try
want
that?
I want young virgins that I can train to be
Gee,
housewives.
fucking-
Like my hero, Andrew Tate, okay? 'Cause that's what I need. Fresh and Fit said, "You want a virgin you can train." Okay, so that's what I
Yeah.
want.
Like, Andrew Tate is fucking confusing me at the moment because it seems like a lot of the time he's saying this is what men want. He's not saying that is what he wants.
Yeah, or it's like he talks about like marriage and like you should look after your parents and like, oh, women. If you don't have kids, you're going to be like upset for your whole life, and your life's going to be empty if you're old and you have no kids and things. And then as soon as someone said to him like, "Are you married?" He's like, "No." "Have you got any kids?" Like, "No." Like, so why?
Why would I?
Like, how old is you? He's like 30, I don't know, 5 or something.
This is fucking phrasing.
I said, how old is he? I think that's what I said, isn't it?
Oh, okay.
Yeah, what do you think I said?
I heard how old is you?
Oh. Like, how old is you, bro?
Like you've been watching too much App and Preach? What is happening?
Yeah. It's like, he's not, like, living... He's got this idolized lifestyle. He's always pushing, like, he's basically pushing women to be traditional housewives, but he is not, like, suing a traditional life in any way.
But he
So
sure
it's like-
preaches traditional values.
Like, he says how amazing all this stuff is, but he has none of it. So it's
I
like,
mean-
why?
I was like, I wouldn't even judge him on that, but it doesn't even seem like he's pursuing this shit himself. Like, not as far as I can tell.
Right. It's like, why should I believe you that, oh yeah, family and kids and you
It's
look
like,
after
this
your
shit
mother?
is great. It's like, oh, it is?
So where's yours?
Not just that, like, where are you going? What are you doing? None of the shit. Okay.
A new punch.
Like-
Reveal thyself.
Does he even know where to find this shit? I'm confused.
So let's play.
Yeah.
Like, is he technically an incel? I'm confused.
It's like he's basically saying what he's basically presenting is like, okay, all these traditional values. It's like this is how women should be, and then men can be anything they want.
The hunted.
That is basically kind of
Seems
what I
to be the
get from
general
what he said.
message, yes.
It's like this is how women should be. And
Well,
then like
no,
this
it
is
doesn't
what.
say men can be whatever they want. He does say they have responsibilities and duties and
Yeah,
shit.
but
So
that's
they're
what- so, like-
traditionally masculine as well.
Yeah, but then they can do what they want in terms of like. So you
Relationships.
have like 10 women and
Yeah,
have a
sure.
wife, but then loads of side women and like, or it's like women have it's like a time limit, but then men don't. So it's like he at the moment, it's like
Make yourselves at home.
he's not settled down, doesn't have kids or anything, but like he will in the future, or he's like waiting to find the right woman or something. So it's like all this pressure on the women and like they should be this way and like it's too late for you if you're 30 and you're not married yet and like
But again, it seems like this is shit he says in the context of this is what men want, not necessarily what he wants or that he cares.
yeah, pretty much.
So, like, would he settle down with at least a 30-year? Isn't he like 45?
I think he's that old. Maybe he
I
is.
swear it was in his 40s.
Is he? Maybe. Who knows?
I don't know, man. I'm not a Andrew
Then
Tateologist.
he might even have kids and he just never says it because it's like he doesn't want to put it out there.
Everyone hook in.
What? Like he's a
Let's play.
oh, what do you call him?
He's keeping it under wraps.
Like
Yeah,
he's
he's
a
like
Korean
public
boy
persona.
band, and they can't know that he has a relationship because that'll ruin his stats.
Yeah, right.
Let's light it up. Committed to
Exactly. So it's like
Let's change tactics.
but it just like the consistency doesn't seem. It's like most of it is just. It's like one is like men's personalities should be this way, right? So he's like shaping how men should behave, right? But then the other one is like women have to be these things, and it's like, so it's almost like if you're like a 30-year-old woman and you've slept with like 10 guys or something in your life, or like you're not young and you have a high body count or something, like they basically never say anything about those women. It's basically, the idea is they're presenting as like they're lost causes now. It's like
What do you mean they don't say anything about them? You mean to them? For them?
they have no solution for the women.
Yeah,
So
you're
like
fucked.
a guy is like, he can be redeemed and solve his problems. But if you're like an older woman who's slept with like quite a few guys, your life's over.
Sorry, Mike. Yeah.
Like they
It's not a great
that's it.
message.
But but they don't actually say that. They just
Strongly implied
they strongly imply it by basically
by omission.
telling
it's a good
women
word.
that like this is what men want.
And they're not giving a solution.
And so they don't actually care about the women who have been like,
probably
they say
don't.
about, okay, young women, they've been tricked, right? They're like, feminism has told them, oh, the career is the most important thing in your life, and like, and they're like, no, like having kids and family is what you should do, and like this and that. But then it's not that, and then that's it. It's like, but they've already gone past that point, so what? Oh, that's it,
So
game
you're
over.
fucked.
You just
Yeah.
like, get a cat and die, like. So they don't actually give a shit. They're not actually.
Hey, what
They
are you gonna
care-
get? Cats?
Yeah, they care about helping men, but it's like they don't. They just like to almost
Is that a bad
throw
thing to
shit in
focus on
women.
them?
Like, no, but it's like the way they sort of present themselves to the women, and like the way they kind of act or like, talk to the women. It's just like they want to get back at them and like embarrass them and shit talk them and like make them feel stupid for like decisions they
Yeah,
were
I feel
tricked
that.
into. So it's like, you were tricked, haha, game over. You deserve to suffer now. But then the guys are like, when they talk about guys, like, you've been tricked, this is what you should do, this is the solution, you can be this, here's your, pay us money and we'll teach you what to do. It's like,
I like the
right,
framing of them being tricked.
yeah. It's like feminism has tricked you into thinking your like career's important.
Yeah.
But
Isn't
then,
it usually
well, they
traits
kind of,
that you've been lied to? Society lies to
yeah.
you?
But then some of them, some people kind of give the women a solution in
Who are-
the way they
Who are them and who
say.
are some?
So some of these guys like Andrew Tate and Fresh and Fit and stuff, right?
Yeah.
They give some of the women solutions for the mistakes they've made, right? Like, so that their solution to like, say, oh, you're old now and you won't be what men don't want you now, or like most men don't want you.
Here's what you can do. Is there a...
Like, well,
That
like their
person follow?
solution is just like lower your standards to like 0. So just like kind of
Yeah, I guess.
like your choices, you're like overinflating your worth,
Self-worth, yeah.
and thus you need to settle for something that's more your like value, right? Which like
Like,
has some sense to it,
I-
but
Yeah, but I genuinely wonder how many people do this sort of value assessment, because it feels so
yeah,
unreal, inorganic, and mathematically
Yeah.
calculated that I'm just like, I
Yeah.
don't believe anybody does this. I think people like set the standard and then contradict it at every turn, so long as other more important emotional qualifiers show up.
yeah. Or it's like, because you get so many, it's like they're all like based on these discussions people have, and it's like the best way to get across how you think, or like examples, or what you want in someone, or da 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 da. It's like you try and give like good sort of concrete idea. So you might use like numbers and like, okay, in general, anyone who slept with more than 10, like a woman that slept with more than 10 guys is this kind of person, right?
Sure, give me a
Or-
second. Shit is lagging. I don't know what. Why is there's so many processes using my resources, and I don't fucking know why.
Mad lad.
It's not like there's one resource taking everything. There's a bunch of resources. What the fuck is this feedback hub? Fuck off! I never even heard of it.
Feedback hub.
Here's my feedback. I don't like you. What the Like, Windows sometimes has shit that I don't understand the function of, and I want to end the process, but I don't know if I end up deleting
Yeah.
Win32 or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Add astro.
Then that's when I Google it. I'm like, what is this? And then someone will
I
say
do
like,
that so often.
you can or you can't turn it off.
Yeah.
Or it's like it's background process for this program.
Yeah, because sometimes it's related to something else, and I'm just like, I had no idea those two were connected. Why the fuck are they named differently? Sorry, we were just talking entertainment and shit. I forgot. Fuck.
Yeah, like the value thing is like I don't see.
Value
I've never understood or like felt this like, oh, a woman slept with
Cold
20
calculation with
guys.
that. Yeah.
Thus, I fucking find it disgusting now. It's like,
I think part of the problem is that
what?
socially it's kind of pushed, but it's like an undercurrent. Like women don't see that because this is how some men talk about women, like obviously not to their face, but to each other. But because it's not expressed openly, that's why people gravitate to people like Andrew Tate who do talk about it openly.
Yeah.
But like, I feel like I've never met these people.
Yeah. It's like, from my perspective, maybe it's like so.
Like, how to put it?
I
Like,
guess.
I remember a friend of mine. Having a sort of weird perspective on relationships where like he talked about it as if it would fix all his problems. I'm like, that doesn't seem like the happiest way to go about this.
No.
But like that's the closest thing I've gotten to this weird objectification of women.
It's just. But then it's like I feel for me, it feels like a lot of it's based on. So the similar thing happened to me when I first started like dating and like sleeping with people. It's like I kind of wanted like relationships, right? But I had a very little like sexual experience, so I kind of wanted to sleep with more people, right? And like just have more sex in my life. But that's hard to bring up, or like you're basically going into every relationship saying I don't want something serious because I want to sleep with more people than just you in my life, right?
Yeah.
So like every time you're
Kind
dating,
of,
like if
but-
someone,
How to put this? Like, I think you could phrase it in a way where it doesn't get interpreted lately. Like, I want to have more sexual experiences, so it's easier for me to understand, like, what I want from a serious relationship, which is my goal. Like
No.
you can phrase it in a way where like it's something you're building up to.
no, but like the way if you're chatting with someone online and you say that, you're basically saying I do not want a serious relationship with you. I just want to like hook up.
Yeah, it's like no, but
That is what
I
you're
would say I don't think I'm pretty sure I can phrase it in a way where I'm fairly certain that is not going to be the takeaway.
No, because
So,
what
like-
happens? Like, say it turns out that I really liked her, right? And like this could go something long term, but I want to sleep with loads more people than just her. So thus, we would have to break up, assuming she wanted some monogamous long term thing.
Summon me.
So it's like it's preemptively blocking any possibility for long term relationship monogamously.
Huh?
Surely you see that. It's like if I slept with like
you can have multiple goals at the same time. Sometimes they actually like work together. My long-term
those two
plan
don't.
is a long-term relationship. In order for me to know what I want from my long-term relationship and make sure that I have a long-term relationship that I actually want, getting sexual experiences are part of that. If this seems like it could lead to a long-term relationship, I'm open to that. None of these contradict each other.
Yeah, they do,
And I
because it's
think I
like
can.
like what do you mean by long term? Like how quickly would you decide that? Because it's like I want a long term
Also,
relationship
like,
with you.
do you have to at the first date decide whether or not this is going to be a long-term relationship. No, you just say that you're looking for it, and this might be like one of the possibilities. Whether or not you're having sex, or whether or not you have some sub goals in addition to this, you can still
no, but
have those.
Yeah, but like saying you want a long-term relationship at some point, and saying you want more sexual experience, right, means
Yes.
that the possibility of that long-term relationship is like
Brace yourselves.
not gonna be very soon. It's like years and years from now.
Find anything you like?
Vaguely.
That's how. That's like, if you date someone for like 2 months, right, and like you start seeing them a lot, and it's like you still want more sexual experience, but you still want a long-term relationship at some point in your life.
Mhm.
Then what do you do? So she wants to be monogamous, and you like the idea of a long-term relationship, but you also want more sexual experience. So she can't be your monogamous girlfriend, and you get sexual experience.
Yeah, of course not.
Right. So then it's like most people, especially at the age like 25 plus, or like getting close to 30, it's like they're looking for more like long-term things. So that's where it comes in. That's the other issue of like getting into this like dating thing later in life, where a lot of guys are like,
Okay. If you meet somebody and they want a monogamous relationship immediately, then yeah, of course you sleeping around is going to be an issue. But I didn't understand this was the context we were speaking in. You can find people who are open and understand this shit, or are open to understanding this shit. Like convincing somebody who already knows that they're going to get into a committed relationship, then why would he even go for you if you want the different thing? I don't.
well, because the logic is it's like,
What is it you want? I need to go back to that.
Won't gliding be faster?
You want
The-
to sleep behind your back? What is your own goal? Like, what is it you're hoping
exactly.
to get from this?
no, that's the thing. It's like what you want. Basically, what you want is like more sexual experience, right? First, because you can't have that if you're assuming you want a long-term relationship as well. You're assuming it's like monogamous, right? Most of the time. Right.
When you're in a
In the
monogamous
long-term
relationship,
when you're
in
in a
relationship.
long-term monogamous, when you say I want a long-term relationship and
Yes.
potential kids and what, like, the assumption is pretty much almost always that that's monogamous,
Of course.
right? So knowing that, you can't get into that until you feel like you've had enough sexual experience that you want, right?
Pretty much. But I still
Okay.
think that there are people who could understand the situation that you're in.
Okay, yeah, but then that is very, very rare, okay?
Okay.
And so, because that's rare,
It seems like you've met a lot of people who are in the exact same situation, though.
not really. It's like most people I know just want to just sleep around and they're not interested in long term.
No,
Or
okay.
they just, or it's like,
I swear to God, you
it's-
told me that you met people who did the exact same
Well,
thing, where
within this
they're
like
sleeping around, but they're
subset.
after a long-term relationship.
Well, it's mostly just from like this new app I'm using and going to these events. It's like where I'm meeting these people. But like, before I knew this app or these events, the traditional dating apps and like speed dating and all this stuff, it's like not that at all. So it's like, it's basically impossible, right? It's like very it's like you never find that kind of stuff, right? And so it's basically like, basically to get what you want, you just have to like lie to everybody.
That's a good attitude.
Yeah, it's like you've missed out on your childhood experiences and like younger experiences of like sex and dating and things. So you're 25 plus, and you've like never slept with anybody, never done anything, and then everyone else around you is way ahead of you, and like is more in a certain position when they want certain things. So if you want more sexual experiences, you have to try, like, if you try and find, I guess, people for casual stuff, but that's like very rare for guys to find. Like women can find it whenever they want, but guys can't. And then, so as the guy, basically the main way you can do that is basically just date and I don't know about leading people on. Well, yeah, pretty much just like, or you're dating,
Make it think you want one thing when you actually want another. That's sort of.
or like you choose to date people you know you're not that attracted
Wouldn't
to,
gliding be faster?
because when you sleep with them and then break up with them, you don't give a shit.
Oh.
Because it's like you want more sexual experience, so you kind of like.
I can't agree with that attitude.
I know, no, but it's like, it's almost, that's the only way you can get what you want.
I hear you.
Because it's like, but then because you know you want to be in a long-term relationship, but you want to understand what you want and have all that experience and like figure out what you want in a person and relationship skills, you have to go through it.
Yeah.
And so it's like, how do you get that experience? You can only get the experience through going through it. And so when you first start doing it, it feels like you're just leading people on and lying to people. But then after a while, it gets to a point where it is actually so difficult to like get to find someone you want to have a long-term relationship with. You don't even have to feel or do it as if you're like leading people on or lying to people. You can go into every relationship like 100%. This could be possible long-term, because it's really, really rare to find that anyway. It's like you don't have to be this kind of like heartless, tricking people sort of feeling, because pretty much every relationship I've ever gone into with someone that I think this could be long term and good and things, it hasn't worked out anyway. So it's like, it's bad. It's like the way I used to think of it was bad, but it felt like what I had to do to get to a point. But then going through it made me realize I didn't have to think of it that way, and I could have been more like selective or like more sort of going for what I want rather than just like trying everything.
But you feel like you actually knew what you wanted?
No. Like at the start I feel like I did. But then going through all the dating and meeting people, it's like it's changed. So it's like it's become less specific, basically. Like at the start you have all these ideals or like pictures in your head of what it will be and what the person's like, and well, I'm really attracted to this type of person. It's like, and now it's like really hard for me to describe, like, especially physically, like, oh yeah, what I want. It's kind of, it's more about them and like what their personality and how we get along and feel emotional connections and So it's, but then it's like, for a lot of guys, like the lack of experience and like feel like they're missing out on stuff. And like we were saying before, Andrew Tate, of these guys, the people saying, I don't want to date women who have a high body count. It's like the reason the guys don't want to date people with high body counts is because like the women might have done more than them. But like, oh, I've missed out. I wish I had like sex with loads of women before you, and then like you've slept with loads of guys, so you know what you're not missing. You're not imagining what you're missing out on, and the guys are all like, oh, what I could have done. It's like jealousy, basically.
Kind of. I think a lot of people are like embarrassingly susceptible to social pressures. So when they told they want something, they think they want it until they haven't.
Yeah.
Like that's part of the problem.
Yeah.
So like they're told that you shouldn't be with a woman who's had a lot of sex, and then you're with a woman who has had a lot of sex, and then you realize like how fucking little it matters.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's like, for me, it means like nothing at all. It's like I know that if I want a long-term like family, like relationship, like I want it to be monogamous, right?
Sure.
Or I don't know, some kind of, because I've done all this stuff, maybe some kind of like sexual things might be more explorative, but like in my head it's like monogamous, right?
You'll definitely end up as a swinger.
Yeah, like it could, but then it would be like something we discussed. It would like start from we want to be monogamous with each other, and then if we want to,
I'm not expecting you to force her into it.
no, it's like
Swinging
that'd be
to
something.
replace partners.
Exactly. So, but that's just so. Assume we're like, okay. So say we're like we want to have a monogamous relationship, right? Like, if she was like a porn star before then, it's like the fact that she slept with loads of guys, I wouldn't care about. I would probably care more about like people just recognizing her on the street. Would just be like awkward.
Honestly,
or like if you have kids, it'd be like weird for them. I don't know, but
yeah,
like,
that's the sort of shit I'm worried about. Like,
but like their
again, because
body
people are
count.
susceptible. Like, it's easy to pressure a child into feeling shame about shit like that, and that I don't like. You sort of end up in the situation of, okay, who the fuck is to blame? Are you the parent to blame because you did this? Are you to blame because you decided to have a child after the fact? Is society to blame because they're the ones doing the judging? It's like, it's a fucking mess. I don't like it.
Yeah. And so like, but then this idea of, it's like, it seems like they're saying what men want is women with low body count. But it's like, why do they want that? So it's like, my main impression is guys say they want that because it's like,
Time for takeoff.
imagining they've slept with like 2 people in their life and this woman slept with like 20.
Here we go.
So they feel
Unsustainable. Can't do that.
Yeah, it's like they feel like shit. Like, oh, she's slept with more people and they've more experience. Like, I'm jealous. I wish I could sleep with more people. And so it's
Look if I know. I'm not gonna
and
guess.
sex still has a kind of hold over them. Or like it seems way more special than it is. Like for me, before I'd ever had sex, it was like I probably told you this before, but like the main thing in my head is like I would always think about this. It's like
Adventure time.
what I've never slept with anybody, but like even some fucking person like Hitler had a wife and slept with people, and like I haven't. So it's like, what's so wrong with me?
You're basically Hitler.
It's like, what's so fucking, like, inherently wrong with me that I can't get with anybody? But even, like, fucking Hitler could get with somebody. It's
Sure,
like,
I think about things.
so it's like, but then it was all based around sex. It was like, well, not relationships, anything. It was just like sex. It was like, I feel like not a human because I've never been able to sleep with anybody. And it's like,
Healthy.
but now that I've slept with loads of people, it's like, it's not. It like
Yes.
sex. It doesn't mean anything. It's like I'm not pursuing sex as like a really important thing. It's not like a huge thing in my life.
Even better
Like
than I
thinking about
imagined.
I need
It's my lucky day. Adventure
like
time.
sex is this massively amazing thing that I need to have. It's not
Sure.
as amazing as it's shown to be.
Yeah, no, you didn't tell me that, but I know we had this conversation because we talked about how it's blown out of proportion, and it's like, sure, it's great, but like people get obsessive about things because they haven't had them, and they just keep building it up.
Yeah.
And I think like that's one of the things where, like, if you're that fucking horny, you just need to fucking hook up with a prostitute and just get it out of your fucking system so you can get some perspective in your
Yeah.
life.
It's like people caring so much about how they lose their virginity and stuff. It's like
Yeah, there's some really
You know what I mean?
toxic ways of thinking about that where, oh no, I
Yeah.
lost my chance at a good first time, as if that fucking matters. Like, it's...
Yeah. It's
I don't think that's how you
just,
should be thinking about anything.
yeah. And so it's like
I wonder who this gift
all
could be
these,
from.
but then that's what it's like. So many of people's opinions are like they decide, they're like how we were saying, how we like, oh, I think like going to these things is shit, so I'm not going to go to anything. Like me and you, like we would never do anything because we imagine in our head it's going to be shit, and we just
Yeah.
don't go to it. So like that's what people do with
I
the other
remember
way.
there being like concerts for kids when I was young. I was like, it's just the sort of thing that children would do, and like they'd come to the school and they play, and I'd just be fucking sitting in a corner with like a hoodie like sphinctered over my face and just sitting there not paying attention to anything. Like
Yeah.
I'm forced to be here.
Because the like, for me, the additional aspect on top of it was like, I was like overweight, so I thought I was really ugly, and like I didn't,
yeah, that doesn't
I never
exactly
imagined anyone would like be attracted to me. So it's like,
Wisdom.
even if I go to all this stuff, and there's girls I like there, what's the point? Like they're all gonna think I'm ugly, so there's no point. You know what I mean? So it's like going over it in my head. Okay, so it's like, say my friends would regularly go to like festivals, like Reading or Leeds festivals. And there's like big music, like Glastonbury type stuff, right? And like, so my thought process was like, okay, in a tent for like 3 days, which is shit, like no showers, and, like shitty food. Like I don't like drinking. I don't really like that kind of music.
This is so fucking similar to the way I
Yeah.
think. Now I'm
I
just
don't-
like,
I
I can
don't-
put up with all
yeah.
this, it isn't a problem.
Yeah, and like I don't want games. There's no games there to play. Like me and my friends, there's nothing to do there apart from listen to the music. There's no like other real activities or anything. Like if I like girls there, it doesn't matter. I'm fucking ugly. So
Yep.
it's like, what? It's just gonna end up standing around all day, legs hurting, listening to like shit music in a crowd, sweating and like hating it. So that's just.
Hell yeah.
So I'm like, it's way more better just being at home, comfortable, doing what I want, playing game. Like that's how I would think about everything.
I still kind of think like that.
I do, but it's
It's like, if other people are doing it, then I'll show up because the socializing is enough of a buffer for me, but I just don't end up doing fucking anything by myself.
But then what I do now is more. I'll do it at least once. You know what I mean? It's like,
Sure.
even if in my head it's like shit, it seems like crap, but like, I'll still do it once or like a few times.
Just to get the answer.
Just to see if it's
Confirm.
like different, yeah, confirm it, or like these events I go to, like if the music is shit, like then I can't really dance or anything and it's shit, like I don't enjoy that. But then if there's loads of people I know there and the social areas are good and good conversations and it's fun and like, so then the different aspects of the event which can be good. So if one of them isn't working out, then the other ones might sort of, overtake it, right? So that's why recently, like one I went to now, the last one I went to that was like really shit, and like I've decided I don't want to go to those specific ones anymore because that same place they're always going to do them now, like really shit social area, really shit music, and then it's a really small place, and it gets really full of people. So it's like there's no
the worst
upside.
of all worlds.
Yeah, there's like zero upside apart from just almost like the pre-parties are good at like people's houses and stuff, but the actual events are crap. And so, like, but then the other ones I go to, like the crossbreed ones, I went loads of times and like,
Keep in mind not to dox yourself, but
yeah, they. They're like different aspects of it were different at different points. So it's like, or it's more that you don't have to enjoy the whole event, like for the whole time. It's like you can leave when it's not good anymore. You know what I mean? It's like let's just say like these clubs. It's like it's really good
Yeah,
at the
yeah.
start. There's loads of space
I'm
and
bad
good
at
music
keeping
and
that shit in
dancing.
mind. Yeah.
But then if it's like at the end, it's like so busy you can't move, and it's so loud you can't hear anything. It's like, what's the point of being there? You're just standing there for hours doing nothing. It's like, okay, I'll just go home.
Yeah.
And so it's like, that's where I'm at now. It's more, I have the ideas of what it's going to be, but I have to like prove it. I have to get the actual proof,
Adventure time.
which makes more sense.
Sure. Some degree. Like, I I don't show up to things if I don't expect them to be good. It's just I need to have an awareness of how negatively I think.
Oh yeah.
But how to put this? Nobody does something they don't ultimately actually want to do. It's just I need to keep in mind that I might not know what I'd actually want to do.
Yeah, or it's like it's a lot of it's so vague. Say it's like a party at someone's house. It's like, okay, you might not want to drink, but then you don't know who's going to be there, right? So it's like you could have the best. Maybe they have like a pool table, and there's some people there, and you just play games all night, and like, or you just have really good conversations with people, or it's good music, or I don't know. Like so, when you have the main aspect of it being like who's there defines how good the event is, or the night, or whatever. Then I'll usually go to things like regularly, even if some experience is good, some are bad, because most of the possibility is based on the actual people that are there. Then it's just, it could be every time you go is different.
I mean, I do kind of do things just because they're different. Like, I still don't like coffee or the taste of alcohol, but I still drink it basically just for the sake of it at this point. Just like, yeah, it's something different. It's not what I usually do.
Yeah. I'm just gonna be right back. 2 seconds.
Oh, you think you can just leave?
Need
That's
the
fine.
toilet. Okay. 1 sec.
You've been talking for a while, so that's fine. I think I can allow it. How the hell do I go in the direction of where that chest is? Is there even a way? This is so fucking annoying. I swear to God, I've been on the other side of that wall, but I cannot for the life of me figure out how. Going all this way seems incorrect. Hold on. Oh yeah, can I go back into the Citadel?
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
Which is not what it's named, but hey. Who cares about remembering names? Oh wait, yeah, and then there's the area behind here. And now I can do this. And this makes what happen? Hell yeah, keep hitting. Do it.
Curiosity deserves a reward.
Is anything up there? Man, got. Oh no. Okay. This doesn't seem accurate. Oh my god, I'm getting like head cramps. I need to piss too. You know what? Bear back. I'm back. Are you there? Guess not. Wait. These places just ended up being exits. Okay, the hypo-style desert, I think, has way more chests than is letting on. I'm at 99%. I feel like there's at least 20% left that I haven't explored, but okay. I need to get back to this place though. Yeah, I'm retreating.
Whoa.
What are you?
Whoa. Howdy, y'all.
It's me, Mario.
Send me Luigi.
Oh, dude, huge fan. Why the fuck are they called the Mario Brothers? Why not the Luigi Brothers, huh? Why are you out of breath? How hard did you squeeze to get your piss out? Like,
Nah,
just running back and forth.
I'm not out of breath.
You're,
Sneezing a bit.
you had like a shaky breath, like.
That's good. My nose. I was just like,
Huh?
like kind of like, sort of sneezing and like, well, it's like kind of, what's the word?
About to sneeze? Oh, okay.
Yeah, something like that. It's like
The
a bit weird nose feeling.
prepared inhalation.
Yeah.
Okay. How was the piss?
Not as good as the shit.
Oh my. You had that too?
Oh yeah.
Oh my.
Laid a few eggs.
Would there have been any point in me streaming directly to you? I probably wouldn't watch.
No, I've just been Here's the Storm all night, just looking at shit online. I was like,
Have you been Heroes of the Storming?
it's like 2 games. I won one of them, I think. Yeah.
Oh, you make me so proud, Isaac. We wouldn't have been able to be friends if you hadn't.
It was on Tassadar though, so it's pretty easy.
Yeah, he's fucking cheat mode.
Yeah.
Yet I can't seem to win on him, so I don't know what this is about me.
Yeah, you're just bad.
I'm pretty sure you keep getting tanks when I don't.
Yeah, could be.
Uh-oh. What am I doing here? What the fuck? What am I doing? Is this how I get up? What the fuck is life?
Yeah, and shit.
I've already done this puzzle. Yeah. Oh god, how dare they
I
make
don't
me
like
think.
in terms of like topics I like to talk about. I don't know if I think I prefer more talking about like my own ideas and like or like things that are much
But
more
don't they
related.
usually have things that they're based on?
Yeah, but then it depends on like say it's like my like troll game or like sci-fi like alien world or setting and stuff. They're not stories so much. So it's more just world building ideas, gameplay, plot, that kind of. It's like the worlds and settings and sci-fi, like ideas about it and the things I've created for it. And it's more. it's like almost more interesting. I like the idea of like getting criticism on an idea. Like, say I've got this idea for an alien race, and then like I explain it, and then you say, okay, does this make sense? Does that make sense? Like, how do they do this and that? And what's the so it's like getting more.
Yeah, I remember that alien race who had high balls. They protected so much they couldn't fucking use them. They just hid them in a shell.
Say
That
again?
just made. You had an alien
Mm.
that were so protective of their eyeballs that they basically couldn't use them because they retracted them into a shell. And I was like, I can't imagine this being useful. You usually
No,
try
it's
to
also the-
avoid.
No, they're not retracted into a shell. They're like underneath a transparent layer of like a rock hard, like
No,
exoskeleton.
that's another one.
Oh.
We were talking about the other one before, like way back. Yeah.
Contract their eyes so that you can't use them. Don't remember that one.
Because it wasn't worth remembering them.
Deserves the reward.
Can't use blind. Do I have any blind alien? No, I don't. I don't remember that at all.
Okay. I think according to you, they could use them. Like, okay, how to put this? They had eyes, they functioned, but they protected them by retracting them into the shell, at which point they sort of lose their entire purpose. Like, there's a reason we don't do that. It's because it's better to see danger coming and avoid it than to just, like, be blind and hunkered up. So it's just like, in what circumstance do you need this level of protection for your eyes?
It might have been. It might have been. I was mentioning more about like additional, like so. They always wear like helmets, or like protective eyewear, or like so they like the alien race I was saying just now with like the transparent sort of shell over their heads.
Yeah, but like I said, I remember
Like-
those, and those weren't the same thing.
But I think
yeah.
that's the only one that's like similar. I can't think of any other one I've come up with that.
Maybe you changed them to that after that conversation.
Yeah.
What the fuck do I know?
Maybe. But I think they were always set up to be almost like the same kind of
Because they seem to
like.
fit the descriptions otherwise. It's just that thing.
Well, when I said when they didn't use them, maybe that's what I was talking about in terms of super advanced like helmets and goggles and like armor suits and things, where it's like it's almost like they're like never not wearing their like glasses or helmets or protective like layerings and stuff. Because it's like, oh no, also because their society and the way they operate is like super competitive and specialized, like physically in what they do. It's like if they lose their eyes, they're basically useless. So it's like having all these like additional layers of protection for the eyes is what they do to ensure, like, just in case they never have any risk of like losing their eyesight.
Your world, man.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't remember one. There's not one now that exists where it's like they suck their eyes in like a turtle shell or something and hide them away.
That was basically how you described it.
Okay. I don't remember that. I don't remember that
They
at
were
all.
super carapace. Okay.
Okay.
It was a part of the conversation when we talked about like time dilation or some fucking shit because of how your world operated. Like every time you died, time passed and shit.
Because the idea of that, the game like that is the main character is like a robot.
No one's joined me on an adventure in
So
ages.
it's like-
Come on, let's go.
Like so you can see everything around you, and it's like, but like the time to like rebuild a new robot takes a certain amount of time. But then like, the suit can still like the robot can still function, but like it can't move or anything. So it's like, it's not so much that your character's dead. It's like you're just waiting out. Imagine if you're playing like Skyrim, right? And like your character like loses all his limbs, right?
Mm-hmm.
But somehow he's like still alive, right? But you're like, there's a magic spell where it's
Does
like,
this need deliberation? Like, I get it. You get knocked down and then basically regenerate or repaired.
yeah, no, but it's like
like Iron
your,
Giant.
but like your character that's like the robot that's like dead.
Mhm.
It's still in the game world, and you can go back to it and get your stuff and like take its eyeballs out and like
No.
get all. Like,
Okay.
it's like because the idea is like
I
you're
don't think we're
basically
talking
in
about
like
that part.
you're basically no because the robot is basically like a mech suit, right? And if you at any point you can choose to like rebuild yourself
By royal decree.
at like a spawn location, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you're just a robot that's like the. It's like you're a robot controlled by like like an AI, right? And
I'll take your word for it.
yeah, and so
I mean, I'm pretty
you
sure
can
I'm
only
not,
kind of
but
you can only sort of power or like use one robot at a time. But if your robot gets disabled in the outside world, like there's a certain amount of time it takes to like build a new robot to use.
sure.
But then the stuff on your robot, and like say your robot's collected certain special items or has like something on them or like an upgraded like arm or leg or eye or something, like whatever, like you can watch or keep looking at the corpse of the robot that's like died, and like
Fantastic.
if the other aliens around, the other like things in the game world can like scavenge off you and like take your shit, and then you can see who the thing was that took your stuff.
Why
So
are
you
you
can
just
like
making
go.
Kenshi?
Yeah, but it's like Kenshi basically, but single player. But then also you have the freedom of like, you can put like tracking devices on your body parts, so you can like say you can
No,
like
it is like Iron
intentionally
Giant.
you can like intentionally die, and then like the cat like some people scavenge shit off you, and then you can use those parts to track down where their base is, and
Okay.
then you can like spawn a new robot and then like follow the tracking device and then go and get your shit back or find where their base is now, because that's how you found it, because you've like used, because they want they want your weapon or some sort of special item on you, but you can't, they'll never like show you where their base is, so it's like you have to find a way of tracking out where it is. So that's kind of that was the idea of like the time dilation, because it's like you can speed up time, because it might take like 24 hours to build a new robot, but in those 24 hours you can sort of still perceive around you what's like changing in the game world, or if something's happening to you, or like who's taking your stuff, or what battles happen, or a certain event takes, because it's like the events in the world happen at a certain like fixed time, fixed points. It's like the world progresses, you know what I mean? So after 100 days in the setting, like in this like one alien faction like invades the planet. So no matter what you're doing, at 100 days they invade. So like you can do anything you want up to that point. And it's
Okay.
like all this kind of stuff. Like you have triggerable events, and there's like an end point after a certain amount of days or whatever. So there's no like, you can't reload. You know what I mean? There's no quick saving or anything like that. It's just like one.
Why are you
It's like
removing my favorite feature?
because I fucking hate you. Okay. It's like when I had the idea for doing a game with Nero where it's like permadeath and like you have to play the game through and not die.
Even
have
though
to
it's
start the whole-
linear.
Yeah, you have to start the whole game, because it's like the idea is to add to the fear of like death. Like you actually make the player feel like death is scary. So you make it like permadeath if your character dies. We talked about this before, like ages ago.
That's
like,
not
there's
why
like
I'm
five,
going.
or you have like 5 chances or something, and it's like you have like 5 lives, and then you have to restart the game.
5 lives and 7 years ago.
7 Leagues Under the Sea.
I'm going because I'm pretty sure you'll frustrate your players, not make them scared.
Yeah, I remember. That's
Yeah.
what you said last time.
There you go.
But it's like I don't care. It's like you choose to like invest, like get invested into or not. It's like, you know, enjoy the experience.
Okay, I was just saying I'm not sure you'll achieve the thing you think
It's like
you're achieving.
you get frustrated if you die.
Find anything you like?
Yeah,
But if you
obviously.
don't, yeah, but if you don't die, you would experience the fear of not wanting to die.
Yeah, and you have to just fucking straddle this razor thin edge.
Yeah, that's it. That's the point.
As a designer, not a player, you
Exactly.
mongrel.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So you got
Okay.
to make the story and the events and like not too difficult but not too easy, and you don't want any sort of vague like how do I complete this mission?
Like, even a millisecond of confusion and it results in death, and it's like, okay, guess I'm not playing this
Yeah.
then. Experience over. So if
That's
you're
what I
proud
mean,
of
so
that,
it's
then
like-
okay, whoop-de-doo.
But then that's what like would I have
anybody get invested in that?
would I have millisecond decisions in the game? Would I have like loads of slow motion stuff where
If
it's
you,
like
if you
can
have
actually-
any sort of combat and shit, you probably. But
you could have slow motion combat.
if the punishment is high, but the challenge itself is trivial, then is that what you want? Then
Could be.
sure could.
Like that's the thing, I've not really designed like that's the other thing I want. I want to see if it would work, but like I haven't actually properly designed it.
Yeah, well, maybe you should.
Maybe you should shut up.
Yeah, well, maybe I should.
Maybe you should eat shit, old man.
Maybe you should suck on these nuts.
Stuck in these.
I'm fluent.
Yeah. Slut.
Those jokes are so dumb, and I love basically every single one of them.
Yeah. Well, like, do you like the one where it's like, did you know that Steve Jobs died of ligma?
What's Ligma? Ligma balls.
No,
Yeah.
no, but you say who's Steve Jobs?
Oh yeah, yeah. But, like I've seen those.
And then they still say ligma balls.
I fucking love that one. Where it's like it completely ruins the flow, but you do commit it. It's just so fucking dumb. Yeah, no, I absolutely love those. It's like it shouldn't be funny because of how dumb it is, but because of how dumb it is, that's why I like it. Am I stupid? Am I just fucking dumb?
You're on a higher level of comedic ability than most people.
I'm just at a higher level of consciousness.
Then you're not as high level comedy as me, though.
You are beyond the pale.
Because I never laugh. That's why you can tell I have an advanced sense of humor.
Yes. I'm sure the ladies are completely convinced.
Like Dave Chappelle. Like he barely ever laughs.
He laughs at his own jokes all the time. What are you talking about? I've seen him on stage.
He's on stage, yeah, he like smiles and stuff, but you don't see him like crack up and fucking like.
Yeah, he does. Like,
Nah.
mostly when he knows he's in trouble, like, he smirks, then he drops his mic and then chuckles.
So that's like I have nervous
see this
laughter
all
as
the
well.
fucking-
So if I was on stage saying like trans people are going to cancel me for this, like I'd probably start laughing.
Okay. Does that not count?
Everyone hold hands.
It doesn't count as like a humor laugh. It's like a nervous laugh.
Think you can get away?
Oh, okay, Mr. Nervous.
It's like giddy, kind of like I'm excited to like people to try and cancel me. It's like how I like arguing with people. it's like I get excited to argue with people because it's like it's challenging and fun. And like
And you
stimulating.
do that a lot, do you?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
No,
Give me
never
your
did.
best argument. Yeah, that's what I thought. If you like arguing so much within the top 3 albums.
Top what? 3.
Top 3 albums.
But it's hard to argue with, like about something that you don't care. Like
That's part of the
It's like
problem. That's what
arguing someone is
care about.
religious is fun because it's like if they
Because they're
can't win
invested,
the
so they can
yeah
hurt.
if they can't win the argument, it's almost like they're like failing their life. Like their whole identity is like
Fuck,
crumbling around them. So it's like they're so into the argument that it's like life or death almost.
Why are you so cruel?
It's like-
Huh?
No, but it's like that's the kind of argument I like. It's like it has to be.
Yeah,
That's
that's what I'm
much
saying. Why are you so cruel?
It's not me being cruel. It's like their
The
parents being cruel
world.
for raising them that way. I don't know.
And we're about to get in an argument here. Except
Well-
I know you're joking.
Is that, like
Got 'em.
at this school I worked there, it's like there was a kid who was like, "Are you Muslim?" And I was like, "No." He's like, "Why not? Like I don't want you to go to hell." It's like, "No, I'm not. I like, you know, I can't really say it. I can't be like Muslim. Like religion is like I can't say to little kids like religion is like the school will get in trouble, right? Like." And I'm like, oh, you know, no, it's like it won't be bad for me. And it's like, yeah, but your fucking eyes will be set on fire and like your body will be set on fire. And there's just like this little 7-year-old kid telling me that I'm gonna like melt in hell because I'm not a Muslim. And I'm like, no, like I don't know what to fucking say.
Silly child. Muslims don't exist.
Yeah. So like, a situation like that where it's like.
Confusing.
It's like, how the fuck do I like reply without saying like, if I say like, I don't believe in is like God,
A thing called love. Yeah.
it's just to like fucking cause more shit and whatever. And if I say anything that's like too, it's like I don't really give a shit that this kid thinks I'll go to hell, right? But it's like, I don't want the school to get in trouble. Or like anyone in the school to be like get complaints or like, Mum, like he goes home, he's like, Mum, the teacher said that
Look,
God isn't
it's
real.
the
It's like,
heretic. And you're like,
yeah, it's like, yeah, it's like, what? Teacher said that God's not real. Like, what are they teaching at that school? I'm gonna ring them up and like fucking report them and da da da.
yeah, but Isaac, God isn't real.
I know, but then I'm not sort of like it has no impact on it. Like,
Cool
you know.
enough atheist.
Well, what I eventually just told him this, like, I like fire. I was just like, I enjoy warm weather. I was just like, I like it in hell. It's like I like fire.
I mean, a lot of people just say, well, that's where all the cool people seem to go, so
Yeah.
I guess
was
I'd
kind
have
of saying
good
like, I'll
company.
enjoy it. Yeah, it'd be good. But then he was getting really specific, like your hand and all your skin will fucking burn off and melt. And I'm like, the fuck are they telling you? Like, Jesus.
And I'd be just like, yeah, prove it.
But then it's even correct. Like this kid is like, he's like,
He's 3-year-old now.
I can't like, he's kind of always trying to joke around and sort of, you know, he's trying to be funny or I don't know, like.
But here is dead serious.
But then he'll say no, like he's still kind of joking around, sort of, you know, light-hearted. Just, you know, he's like a happy kid, right? Or he seems like. And then he'll say stuff like, "Oh, I can't do the work. Like, I'm stupid. Like, everyone else knows what to do." And it's like, "I'm stupid. I'll never be able to do it." And I'm like, "Yeah, but we've just done it. Like, I showed you how to do it, and you solved it on your own." It's like, nah, like. I'm not stupid. Like, I'm stupid. Like, only my mum likes me. I wish I was never born. I'm like, what the fuck? Like.
That is concerning, yes.
Yeah, I'm like, Jesus, like.
You need to adopt this kid, Isaac. Save him
I
from his
know.
mom.
No, but it's like, no, it's like, my mum does like.
How deep of a conversation do you
no.
feel like you're obligated to have with this poor kid?
Well, no, that's like, so he was saying like his mum does like him, right?
Oh.
So like, his mum, yeah, does like him, but then it's like,
But okay, sorry, like
It's like everyone else thinks I'm stupid.
I need to figure out how to formulate this. Like, you have narcissistic parents with strong attachment, I don't know, syndrome, where they will get the kid to feel like the whole world is against them, just so that they can be the only one that the kid relies on, and they produce like parasitic relationships, and like that's basically what I'm hearing when he says shit like, "Oh, my mother's the only one who cares about me." When you're clearly showing affection, like or how I want to phrase it, then it's like he's clearly getting signals that he either strongly misreads, which seems unlikely, or somebody's telling him how to read them. That's how I read that.
Well, it's kind of like, so when he was saying this stuff, like I mostly focused on the kind of like, I'm stupid, right? It's like, so I said to him, like, the reason you think you're stupid is because you don't know how to solve the problem, right? But then it's like, we just sat here and like, I showed you how to solve it, and then like you solved the problems, like, didn't you? And he's like, yeah. And then
Is that what a stupid person does?
and no, yeah, right. So I said, it's like, you're not stupid. It's just like you don't know some things, right? And then I said to him, okay, so it's like, do you think I'm stupid? And then he said, no. It's like, you're really smart, or whatever. And like, and I said, okay, but I don't know.
You forgot sexy and cool.
Right, yeah, the 7-year-old, told me I'm sexy. Okay.
Listen, you just had that effect on people. Okay, they can't help themselves.
Right. So then I said to him, like, yeah, but I don't know how to, like, make a rocket ship, or, like, I can't fly a plane. And it's like, I don't know how to speak French, and all this stuff. It's like, but do you think I'm stupid still? And it's like, no. It's like, right, so it's just like, because I don't know things doesn't mean I'm stupid. It's like, stupid is like you can't sort of solve problems if you have all the information. All this kind of, I was trying to explain the difference between like ignorance and stupidity, right? And like not knowing stuff.
I'd kind of humor him. I was like,
but then,
but the thing is, I might get in trouble if I did that. But my point is like,
yeah,
I'm kind of curious about this shit too. Like, okay, well, how do you want to define intelligence? Based on what people know, or like what the process is for gaining information? Like, there's plenty of ways of doing it. Like, my favorite is people who are able to predict outcomes. Like, that's the strongest indicator of intelligence that I know of. So if you're able to get the outcomes that you want, then that's the strongest indicator. You have the influence on the world that you want.
But it seems like this regular thing with this kid. It's like, I'm trying to like explain, like he has these like ideas in his head, right? And it's like, you kind of get somewhere with explaining it, but then it's like, then like class finishes, or I have to help teach like 3 other kids, or like, it's like every single kid needs like individual attention, but you can't give it to them.
Of course.
And then you hear things like, he said this before to me about like, oh, I wish I wasn't born, but like, stuff like that. But he doesn't say it in like a sad way. He's like, he says it as if it's like rehearsed and he's just accepted it, and it's like, oh, it's just, like, oh, I'm like, there's someone
like whatever.
It's like someone saying, oh, like I'm a bit short, or like, oh, my hair's falling out, or like, oh, I'm a bit, chubby. Like, oh, I don't like the shape of my ears or something. It's like he's saying it like
matter of factly.
Yeah, like matter of fact, like there's no solution. It's like I'm like relegated to this, like I'm this person now. Like I'm stupid and everyone else is smart, and I'm like this. I'm like, he's resigned himself. Like he's just completely happy and like knows his place now as like stupid, which is like really fucking weird. It's
I wonder
like,
if my general attitude would help that situation just make shit worse. because I have like joke responses that like actually have a message in them. So if he's just like, "Oh, I'm stupid," then I would like my instinct is to reply with some dumb shit like, "Yeah, well, what the fuck are you gonna do about it?"
Yeah. It's like you can't swear, but yeah. Like you
Yeah,
could
yeah.
say something silly, yeah. But it's like,
Whereas like, if this is what you believe, like, are you just gonna resign yourself, or are you planning on? It's like you have
But
options technically.
yeah. It's so weird. It's like he kind of.
Are you gonna stick
It
with the
seems
verb?
more he plays up to
Oh, sympathy points.
the mixture of that, and also he only feels this when he's like around other people. So like he'll say like, "I'm not smart like this kid." Like so, there's like this other kid he knows is like really good at school. So he's like, he's good.
What a
I'm not as
useless
good as
talent.
I'm not as good as him. So
Put that on your resume. Good at school.
yeah, and
I
there's
mean,
like
technically, isn't that what all the report cards are? Never mind.
yeah. But then when it's like just me and him, like just me trying to teach him something one on one, like there's no one else around him. He still like he has a bit of problem like with attention, but like most kids do anyway. It's like they're just sort
Yeah.
of and like he
He does it
he
usually.
can't focus too well. Like say I ask him a simple question like what's 7 plus 4, and it's like
Odds revealed. Everybody.
he's like, oh my god, that is so easy. Like it's 7, 8. Like so he kind of fucking
Yahoo!
What,
he's like
showboats?
weirdly yeah, he's like showboating all the fucking time. So it's like it's like he's like
starting to sound like bipolarity. Like what the fuck?
it's so he's like showboating, but then like he's so used to
Horribly
showboating,
insecure.
but then and it's like
Isn't that the purpose
insecure.
of showboating, though? Get validation
It's like
from others.
he's like showboating and mixing in things like I wish I wasn't born and only my mum likes me and I'm stupid. It's like, huh? It's
That's
like
one
how
hell
does
of a
that?
cocktail.
Yeah, so you're like, do I tell someone this shit? Like, do I like tell the teacher or like is it just some shit? He's just
Reporting to the police.
like, or like he's just like heard someone say stuff like, oh, I wish I wasn't born. Or something. Like, I don't know if he's joking or not, or if, like, can he make that kind of joke, or like,
Does he even understand what he's saying?
yeah, like,
Make yourselves at home.
but, like, because if you take it as far as possible, it's like, only my mum likes me, and I wish I wasn't born, and I'm stupid, and it's like, what's his life like? Like,
Fantastic by the sounds of it.
just live. Does he have any brother? Like, so if he has brothers and sisters and like a dad and everyone else, do they all treat him like shit, and then only his mum is nice to him? Or it's like, does he just live with his mum, or like? So it's kind of, is it that, or is he just trying to like trying to get me to like stop? He's like trying to play off sympathy and like make me feel bad for him, so like I kind of stop trying to make him learn stuff.
Yeah, they're all possibilities.
So yeah, so it's like,
The fact
the
that he's fucking
fuck?
around with shit like this is kind of a bit much.
yeah, so it's just this fucking weird like, how do I answer this? Like, how do I? It's like you're trying to solve a thing like how to help the kid, right? But then there's like 30 other kids to deal with, and so you're only there to kind of assist in the classroom. You're not like a fucking therapist. You're not like
But you could
a
be.
kid's parent or all this stuff. So it's like, yeah, it's just like it seems very kind of bipolar. Like he doesn't know. It's like he can't
I mean, actually,
read.
bipolar isn't completely applicable. Like that has like
Well, I wasn't being. Yeah, I was just
it's
sort of,
usually week. Yeah, but I said the same thing. But like that's usually like week-long swings. But it seems like he has mood shifts that are way more sudden than that. So I don't know.
It's just this. Because a lot of it feels like as soon as he hits something difficult, he's like, he's just doing
Oh,
anything he
woe
can
is
to like get
me.
away from it.
Yeah.
It's like he'll showboat or distract or walk off and do something else, try and like do something else, or like if that doesn't work, it's like, oh, try and get pity or something, and like And so it's just a bit fucking weird. And it's like you see these problems persisting. For like all these kids have different things, and it's like you can't do anything about it. Like one kid who he always wants to like play football, right? But like all he wants to do is like shoot at the goal. And like as soon as anyone wants to play with him, or as soon as he's like playing with other people, he like refuses to pass to anybody. And like always trying to like tackle people if they have the ball, always trying to like get the ball.
Even if they're on the same team, I'm
Yeah,
guessing.
even on the same team, he's like refuses to pass to his own team. Like, and then as soon as like he doesn't get what he wants, he's like storming off and like crying about it. And it's like,
Very cool kid.
but then it's like as soon as he has say he's like on his own and he gets the ball and he has the ball and he's just like practicing shooting the ball.
He's happy. What?
No, he's like, oh, I want to do like 1v1 with someone. Oh, I want to do like, oh, sir, why don't you come and like play like I'll play 1v1 versus you. Or like I'm gonna play me versus like 2 other people. Like so say other people want to play football with me and it's like, okay, it'd be me versus you 2. And then they start doing that and then he like loses the ball once and he like runs off, like crying about it. Like he has this like overinflated opinion of like how good he is. And he won't really listen to me trying to like teach him anything. Or like try kicking like this or try aiming here or like he always like punts it. He never fucking like uses the side of his foot or anything. So it's
Yeah, the thing is, like, you need to have a fucking proper conversation with kids, and I don't even know if people accept that that's the teacher's place, so I don't know what the fuck you're supposed to do.
yeah, it's just like, but you see, it's like all the like, he's just like can't play with a team, never passes, doesn't. It's like he doesn't even try and like win the games. He just wants to like score.
Give me the ball.
Yeah, it's like I want the ball, I want to score, I want people to see how good I am.
And
like, I don't-
done.
And like, and yeah, and it's like, I'm gonna play a game 1v1 with you, and I'm gonna win, and I'm gonna score loads of goals. And then as soon as that doesn't happen, it's like, that can't be right. You're cheating, or you're not playing fair, or that's the only reason why it's like I can't be winning.
Okay, my niece isn't that bad, but she kids are funny. She used to have a really bad attitude where it's like she wouldn't do things unless she could win. I was like, okay, well then I'm not gonna play with you.
Yeah, that's the point. It's like them learning how to play with others.
Yeah, but fuck, there was something else. Give me a second. Kids are fucking amazing when it comes to forming habits, even when the habits aren't even fucking good for them. Like, my niece does some shit that is like absolutely insane to me, which is whenever I come get her, she has like these associations and a fucking pattern in her head of what like supposed to happen, and she repeats things just because she's done it before. And I look at this and I'm like, this is insane to witness, where I pick her up and then at certain places she has to do certain things. Like, it's bordering on OCD, but I think this is just like a kid thing. And then like at one point we get to one point and I recognize the area, she recognizes the area, and I just like inside me I just go, oh no, please don't ask to play hide and seek. And then she opens and I was like, I want to play hide and seek. I was like, last time you almost cried because you thought this was unfair, and I don't like doing this shit anyway. Why the hell are we going through this? Like, oh, please, can we do it? And then we do it, and the exact same shit happens. It's like, why do you keep repeating this?
Yeah.
You're not getting anything out of it. You're just repeating it for the sake of it. It's insane.
Yeah. But is she like getting better or anything? You know what I mean?
No! If the thing is getting worse. It's like the biggest problem is that I can cover my eyes, I mean, I can't, but I can hear where the fuck she's going. And I don't like this game anyway. I find it fucking boring. And like, sometimes I'm just too tired to fucking do the whole. Oh, where could she be?
Yeah.
And then like I find her and it's like, no, you need to count more. I was like, no, if anything, we need to count less and get the fuck going, because like we're doing this like on the way to get home so that she can get fed, and I'm also hungry. It's like I got shit that I want to do, and she just fucking keeps doing this shit. I was like, when not even she benefits from it, I'm like, what are we doing here? Why are we doing this? What? It's complete nonsense. You're an actual maniac. Stop. Get some help.
Maybe she just wants to like not go home.
She's fine when we're there, but on the way there's like, this is boring. I'm tired. Carry me. Just typical brat shit.
Yeah. It's just sort of like jumping between things. Yeah. It's kind of like they're kind of like scatterbrain, but then so it's like hard to read if they're just like I don't know what it's like the.
Yeah, but again, it's mostly the like the habit forming thing is just like insane to see. Like, why do you keep repeating things? It's like they just have the urge to, and it, like honestly, you see that when they're very young as well. Like it's just fun to repeat things.
But then is it more of like?
And
So
they like mimicking and all this shit. I don't know.
Well, that's how they learn, isn't it? Like mimicking and stuff, and like repeating.
Yeah, but I
and
think
learning.
that's why they're doing like. But do you think because there's like a negative association that there's a bad outcome that they stop wanting to repeat it, but they still kind of do it? It's fucking weird.
What is it like? Say the hide and seek thing. It's like, did she like really enjoy it the first time or the first few times?
No, I think
And,
she's
like, or did she
excited about the
win?
idea, but she doesn't keep the outcome in mind. And she still doesn't
True,
keep the outcome in mind.
Yeah.
So it's like she generally likes hide and seek, I'm guessing. But like,
It's like adults
I
are
don't
like
know.
constantly like, let's go to a nightclub, and then but every time they've ever been there, it's been shit.
it's like I
They've
hate
never had a
nightclubs.
good
Why do you
experience.
ever go? Like I actually know people who are like that. It's like,
Yeah.
why do you?
So maybe there'll be someone that likes like a girl there, you know? Maybe.
Yeah, so it's like they keep romanticizing what it's supposed to be, and then it never happens, and then they just keep trying to make it happen. I don't even know.
Yeah.
I'm doing a lot of guesswork for people I don't understand. So why would you even want the kid eyes? Like, what the fuck?
That's the thing. I don't really know.
Well said.
I think like it'd be fun. I don't really like because I know there's all this responsibility and you know, like,
Sure.
worry and like difficulty and. But it's like, I feel like the shit moments would be like really shit, but like the good moments would be like really good.
Are you having a
So-
preview of any of those experiences with kids at the school?
But like playing with them is nice, like you know, just sort of like reset, just sort of they're kind of the sort of they have absolutely like zero kind of negativity. It's like even when they're upset,
yeah.
they're still kind of like positive. It's weird. It's like they're crying and like, but like in a second they can swap to be like,
Yeah.
hooray! It's like they have no kind of, they like enjoy everything they do to some degree. It's like there's no like worry in their life or sort of impending doom or like long term, you know.
I think I told you about some of the funny shit that my niece did, where Like, I told her not to run because she'd fall. Then she ran and she fell. It's like, like, why would you? Like, I just explained this to you. Why would you do it? It's like, I'm sorry. It's just I have too much fun when I run. It's like it's so blunt and direct. It's like hilarious. It's like there's no subtlety. It's just like this is what I'm thinking, and that's why.
But then it's like, do I even need to know why
What do you mean?
I want kids? Like, do I even need a reason?
No.
Because it's like, well, do you ask like a lion why they want kids? Like, no. They just like sex. And then it just, happens.
I was like, you shouldn't have kids for sex.
No, but I mean, like, it's
Yes.
maybe it's so hard for me
Oh,
to
shit.
verbalize why I want kids because it's like, there's no logical reason. Like, it's like the good like experience I have with them are like purely selfish, or because like I just want to feel good, right?
Mhm.
And then it's like everything else would just be difficult, like discipline and raising them, teaching them,
Yeah.
responsibility. Everything else, it's like it's almost
Yeah, so
like more
this is a
negatives.
decision that's a little bit harder to undo.
Yeah, and it's like and because it's like they're your kid, it's pretty much you're like forced to like care about them. It's not like you can sort of divorce them or something, like break up with them.
That'd be interesting. I believe disown would be the term anyway.
Yeah. So it's like, but like I couldn't do that.
Yeah.
I know people like I don't think I could. And so it's like, it from a logical standpoint and from like how I would usually or how I used to think of stuff, like thinking it all through. It's like the pros don't sort of outweigh the cons in terms of what I get out of it. But it's like when I think, do I want them or not?
The answer is yes.
Yes, I want them because
I
it's
wonder who this gift could be from.
like, yeah, it's just if I have the capability of having them, then it's something I want. Like, say I found like tomorrow I found out that I'm like fucking impotent or something.
Oh
Then it's
no,
like,
Isaac, I'm so sorry.
yeah. Then I'd just be like, okay, I don't want okay, I'll just never
I
have
didn't want
kids,
them
it's fine.
anyway.
No, like I think I'll be upset, but it's more like I won't have to. It's like the decision's made for me, and it's like a thing I don't have to. I can kind of not think about anymore. It's almost like
Have a
someone
kid to get
dies.
it out of your system. What?
It's like say. It's like
Yes.
it's like something I can eventually get over, right? And it's like it's not like I've had a kid and then the kid died. It's like I've never met these kids I'm gonna have, so it's like I won't have that strong feeling of sadness because it's like I don't know what I'm missing in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
I.
It'd be different if it was like the government are like you're never allowed kids. Then I'd be like pissed off.
Nobody likes the government telling them what to do. But I think you should have kids.
You shouldn't have kids.
I don't. I have other kids.
Yeah, it's even worse.
I mean, I have a niece. That's probably the worst way I could phrase it, though.
It's like you have no. Your like level of responsibility is only a certain amount, so you can just get away with like being yourself.
Isaac, have you ever visited your grandma and she's just like, "Go on, have a kid," and then she serves them?
She serves them.
Yes.
like on a plate.
Yeah, because that's one way of interpreting having a child.
Yeah. Yummy.
Delicious.
It's like a piece of lamb or something.
Oh, a prime cut of child.
Yummy. I wonder what kid. I wonder what like adult versus child would taste like. Like you have like a 25-year-old guy versus like a 5-year-old kid.
I mean, you got
Like, what
what is it? Veal? No, wait, what am I thinking of? Like they just keep like some cows trapped in box for like basically just a year, and I think they still kill them young. I think they're still considered calves.
Yeah, that's what veal is. I think it's like baby cows.
Was it, or was that deer meat? Like I'm not.
Well, venison is like deer meat,
Venison, that's the one. Yeah, sorry.
I think. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah.
I
know
just
about
heard.
that meat.
I just heard the V. Yes, you're a meaty boy.
Yeah. I had someone call me Big Man at the concert yesterday.
I bet you loved it.
Like the guy who told me that was this like he was like quite short. He's like 5. He's shorter than most
Hey,
people.
big
Maybe
man.
he's like I don't know, but like 5'4" or something, right?
Okay.
But then he's like shirtless and like super ripped, like super muscular, like muscly, like really.
He must be
Like,
compensating for something.
but he's one of the main guys, sort of like fucking throwing himself around, just shoving everybody, like proper. And I'm like, he hits me and I just don't move, and it's like. He's like, come on, big man. And it's like, because I start hitting, like pushing him now, and it's like, but everyone there is like laughing about it. It's like,
Yeah. I mean,
yeah,
I'd laugh at
I
the
like,
fucking guy.
no, I like push a guy across, like, and he slams into some other guy, and then we're just like high fiving. It's like, we're just like, hey, you're right, like patting each other on the back after we're like smacking people around everywhere.
Very cool. I can't believe I missed out on that.
It's fucking funny.
I remember Isaac. Your dad could have been there.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking. I was like, fuck. Like, if any of my brothers came, I don't know if they'd fucking enjoy it. I was like, I don't
But
know if
your
I
dad
would have
would.
enjoyed it having to like be with people. Because
Oh,
I'm
wow.
literally just like, I'm just in that fucking mess for like an hour and a half. Like jumping around, music and back and forth, and just like shoving people around and
Wouldn't gliding be faster?
like pushing people. And like, say if I had all my friends and shit there, and it's like, I would almost not spend any time with them anyway.
Nah, fair.
So it's kind of a bit. It could be good, but like, you know, or like I would have stayed with them and missed out on the fucking fighting. So it's like, then I wouldn't have enjoyed it as much.
You'd miss out on the unique experience.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who knows? Would you jump in the mosh pit? So you could like take your glasses off first. Like you wouldn't risk like breaking your glasses and shit.
No, you don't understand. I fly like a butterfly and sting like a bee, okay? I would not
There's no like punching or anything. It's all just like shoving and like pushing and stuff. And just kind of like jumping into each other.
I would probably suplex a man and then stump the floor so hard I go to the floor below and use his face as a speak bag. Just
yeah.
and then jump back out and just
Yeah.
tornado kick everyone in the room.
I don't know, like what I did was kind of different. Like everyone else was sort of shoving and push, but I was like doing that, but also like jumping in the air. Like, so when like I couldn't get pushed,
the
I
big
couldn't get
man.
like, yeah, I couldn't get like pushed off my feet because like I was in like a foot or something, 2 feet in the air. So it's like I didn't get like, because my body weight is like in my like chest and stuff. It's like they couldn't shove me. Like I had so much momentum from like jumping in a certain direction. It's like I couldn't be like pushed the other direction. So I was like more stable by like jumping around.
Good for you.
And like people wouldn't target me easily. Like, cause some people would just be on the outside of the mosh pit and just start like and just shove people in the mosh pit further in. Like they wouldn't even be in the mosh pit. They were just on the outside, and just suddenly like just sort of
What?
just yeah like just sort of you'd get near them and they just like run at you and shove you back in and then like run back out again. So they're just like keeping people in the mosh pit basically.
I don't understand this at all. It seems so dumb.
It's fucking funny. That's good.
I mean, yes, it does sound funny, but I'm like, why would I want to get pushed around? It's playground for adults. That's what you're describing.
Yeah,
It's so
that's it.
dumb.
But it's like it's not just you getting pushed. You get to push people as well.
Yeah.
So it's like
I mean,
you know, that,
otherwise it would be bullying. Like,
yeah.
he's like, no,
Then it's-
you don't get to push.
It's like it feels good to like physically exert yourself. And it's like
Sure.
it's like fighting, but then no one really gets that badly hurt, and like it's all in like good humor and stuff. So it's not. It's like the closest you can get to fighting without fighting.
Everybody stand back.
And that's what you were after, huh?
Yeah, I didn't even like. I thought maybe they'd have mosh pits, but like it didn't seem like.
Commit it to memory.
I'd never been in one, so I didn't know. My impression of just like the crazy ones you see on fucking festivals where people are just like swinging their fucking arms everywhere and just like
Yeah. Flailing like absolute
yeah,
maniacs.
flailing like in yeah, and just like punching and kicking just every direction. Like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, like why would you want to get in there? Like, what if your
Yeah.
fucking shin breaks and then you're just stuck?
That one, it's like I probably wouldn't get in, like ones that are like that, because I don't want to like break teeth and shit. I don't want to like fucking lose an eye socket or something.
The socket, the entire fucking socket, not the eyeball, the fucking
Yeah.
socket.
Yeah, the whole
That's a hard.
Some of these crazy fuckers, you know, they might even kick and like jump kick and shit. Who knows?
Yeah, sounds rough.
Yeah, but this one it was like because I watched it from the outside to start with, like okay, they're doing a mosh pit, what's it like? And then okay, it's not crazy, so I just like jumped in the first time. So and then basically every time they did them, I was just like jumping in.
Good for you.
And I was probably one of the like bigger people there. There were a few other guys that are like tall and stuff and strong, but
And handsome.
I was like tall and strong, so I didn't really get pushed around very much. I was like a wall, like people would just like get thrown into me and then I just like sort of they'd like slam into me and then they would just sort of keep going
I
around.
remember doing that sort of like masculine shit as a kid, and I thought it was funny. Like
Yeah.
kids picking fights and like trying to shove you. I was like, I don't even move an inch. It's like,
Like that is what like literally it was like I was just joining in with like seeing the kids at the school I teach at, it's just like that. But like it's just exactly the same basically. But there's none of this like kids getting annoyed like, oh you give me my ball back and like trying to fucking push each other, actually hurt each other.
sure.
It's just sort of it's like play
You're
fighting.
at least
but
that
like,
mature.
and like everyone there is like
It'd be funny if one person was there like this. Like, no, it's my turn to win. Lay
Yeah.
down.
let me push you, stand still.
Yeah, it's my
Yeah.
turn. I'd probably laugh my ass off.
But like it's
I
like
might
the whole
actually do that
crowd.
myself. It's like, "Stop."
It's like the mosh pit. It was literally just like sort of mid-20s, mid-30s, like guys in like black t-shirts and like
Speedos.
just like sort
Dude,
of metalheads.
Dude, the uniform for that is definitely Speedo and cracked open Hawaiian shirt, okay?
There's so many, like people would go in like and they'd like start normal and then like a bunch of people just like end up coming out of it like topless because like they're wearing a button
Yeah,
up,
because
they're like button
it's
up
getting
shirt
too
and it's
hot
just like
and you're
ripped
getting
over.
too
Yeah.
into it. Yeah.
It's like too hot. People keep like grabbing your shirt, so you're like, fuck it, take it off. And it's easier for them to grab me if I'm topless.
Yeah. What do you mean? It's harder for them to grab you if you're topless.
That's what. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like harder.
Yeah, but you said the opposite, so I just
Oh,
made it
well,
clear.
I meant yeah. It's harder. Like they can't grab your shirt if you're not wearing it. So
Yes, the tactical shirt off.
yeah. And then it did get really hot. But then it's like I managed to find. There's like they had some
Friends
big like
for life.
aircon things. So it's like I found like the spot where like the aircon was like aimed. So I'm
Okay.
like mosh pit and then like stand there, cool down. Next one, jump in, back out, cool down.
This is something that I don't. I should probably go to one with you while I'm young.
Young.
With,
Well, like the next time,
Isaac,
if I go,
I'm not getting any younger. I'm not sure what the fuck
No.
you were trying to get out of that.
like what was I going to say?
I'd
Like-
probably say the same if I was 50, honestly.
Like the thing I would next time is like because it was raining, right? So I took a jacket, but they have like cloakrooms, but it costs money to like put your coat in. So like I tied my coat around my waist, it was okay, but like it slipped down a few times, which is a bit annoying.
No!
But then also like my glasses, like because I was taller than most people, I didn't really have an issue with them like falling off, but like they fell off once, so I was like, oh shit, like, I don't want to break my glasses. So like I just take like a fucking glasses case with me.
That's what
Just
I
put
do
them in
most of the
there.
time anyway.
Yeah.
The one I
Just
have is
fucking-
pretty fucking robust.
Yeah. So like, definitely that's what I do. But I don't know, like I need to think of other bands that might be like that. Because Carpenter Brut
Like
doesn't
that
really do much. Like that, it's like it was good. Like that music is like really good for it. But then I don't know
Well,
what.
then what do you mean? Doesn't do
I
much.
don't, like,
for
I don't know other. I can't off the top of my head think of
I
other
thought you were about to
bands.
say
that-
like doesn't do much for me. I was like, I thought you loved Carpenter Brut, and I'm just
No, I
confused in
do.
general.
I mean, like, I'm trying to think of other bands that I could go to now where it'd be like similar. But I'm not sure if I listen to many other like metal or like ragey stuff like that, or like what would be similar.
Nothing would. He's so cool and unique and handsome and sexy, etc.
Exactly. Because not like most concerts don't have mosh pits, so it's like finding ones that actually do.
Can you?
Maybe. Maybe.
Well, you
Mother.
should probably do that.
And then you can come and visit.
Yay.
It's just a perfect excuse for me to like finally like hit you.
Oh.
It's just
Yeah,
the whole
that-
thing is
that
just for
would
me to beat you up.
You just go and start like fucking hitting my skull in on the mosh pit.
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, this is entirely by accident. Everybody's like starts backing off, shaking. You're just, oh my god! And I just like thumbs up. I'm actually into it.
Like eat it, bitch. Like throwing you around.
And then by the end of it, your knuckles are bleeding, but I'm fine.
Yeah.
Like, like, who would you be scared of in that situation? I think I'd just be mostly confused.
Yeah. I've just been like punching my own hands together.
Well done.
Make them bleed.
Make 'em bleed.
Make them bleed.
Fucking wankers, make 'em fucking bleed now, innit? I love fucking misusing in it. I got a feeling it kind of
Yeah.
annoys you.
Well, it's more like I feel like every time you've said it, it doesn't sound right. Like you've
Yeah,
never
I
said
wonder
it in a
why.
way that like it's like you've never said it in a way that like seems the
every
right
time
way
I
to
say
use it.
I say it like in mockery of. Should I say it? I mean, it's not fucking serious, is it? It's not in it. Okay, yeah, there you go.
But even then, that like you just said it, it's just not even.
Yeah, but like I said, I fucking completely misused it anyway.
Yeah.
The structure of the sentence did not land it in it.
Making me sick now.
In it.
You're insulting my culture.
You're not wrong.
Everyone hold hands.
In fact, that is exactly what I'm doing. I think the better question is, what the fuck are you gonna do about it?
Brace yourselves.
Send the British Navy after you. You'll never be able to stop the Navy.
Yahoo!
In the Navy,
Everything.
where you have sex with men. In the Navy.
Feel thyself.
In the Navy. Why is gay music so good, huh?
Say what? In the butt.
Said what?
Do it in my butt. In my butt. Do it in the butt, okay?
I mean, yes, completely unironically. Amazing song. Why wouldn't you?
Such a good song.
Absolutely.
What other gay songs are there?
Well, I thought more of
YMCA.
like Queen.
But it's like just Raining Men count, even though it's like women singing it.
As pretty gay to me, honestly. It's like
Yeah.
it's made by women for women. I don't care. It's fucking gay.
Yeah. Seems pretty gay.
Sure does. I mean, would you listen to that shit? No, exactly. There you go.
Yeah.
And you're
Way too strict with it.
because they come thereby proving it.
Yeah.
By royal decree.
If I quit a hair, would you like to play One Hero or Storm?
Ugh. Ugh. Ugh.
Yes.
Ugh.
I agree.
Ugh.
Okay, Arnold.
Yeah. I just get a drink. A
All right,
stiff
mate.
drink.
Ooh, I can give you the stick part.
I've got that part already.
Oh. Oh my.
Oh my. The Russian gave it to me. Hey, all.
Not pretty sure about this conversation.
No. Well, yeah.
It's the best conversation I've ever.
Talking about fighting and raining men. That's
Wait,
what I want.
what the fuck was the context in which I linked you that fucking Devil May Cry scene where I was the one who was supposed to feel drugs on just voice cracks and echoes? That's so fucking good.
Yeah, it's like
But why did I do that? What the fuck was the context? I'm sure I
think it
give
was-
on it. I mean, it's pretty good, but still.
it was also linked with like performancing and like how there was that like quiet from Metal Gear Solid, and like they replaced it with like Ocelot or something, like being sexy in the rain.
I mean, I remember linking a bunch of shit. I just don't remember why the fuck I started this. After that, it became nothing but memes.
Yeah. Come on. Well, let me get a drink.
Sure.
Be a bit.
Can you even believe in the Navy? How did I get over there? Wait, are we in this one? I'm so fucking confused in the Navy. I'd love to be abused in the Navy. Ooh, that's a bit spicy. Oh my god, no, that's wrong. I wanna stay at the YUG. I want to stay at the YUG. I'm fulfilling my natural obligations. Here comes the pasta. And you know he's not a Rasta. It's time to stay at the Yeah. Really, that's all I got out of it? What? For the first time. That's like the... What, the 10th? Jesus. Oh well. Wait, no. What? No. No! Go away.
The campaign begins.
The campaign.
Storming. We're storming it.
I just need to acquire some items so that I can leave
Storm.
this game behind. But that one was fucking... Oh my god!
Enjoy, audience.
Oh my god, everyone unsubscribed, Isaac.
I have 20 people subscribed.
Yes.
It's ASMR. Burp ASMR. The real freaks.
Or whatever the hell the opposite of that is.
Poop ASMR. Well, there's a lot of like fart ASMR, isn't there?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Or like ear licking. People like that, don't they?
Sure, but fart ASMR, you wanna fill me in there?
I'm assuming there is fart ASMR. Even though it'd be quite hard for it to be like a long... Cause like, is ASMR usually like a long thing? Like when you listen to like an ASMR video, most people listen to like long videos or like short videos.
I mean,
I don't know.
as a genre, it's generally long, yeah, but...
Why are you playing as a little girl?
Huh? What are you talking about?
Why are you a toddler?
I call her the Godler because she's the fourth Archon.
Why are you playing a godler? Killing dinosaurs, okay? It's ridiculous.
Well, I mean, you're not wrong.
It should be dinosaurs fighting godlers, okay?
I'm sorry, I'm just imagining like the scene from Jurassic Park where we have all these tiny dinosaurs like swarming a bigger dinosaur.
Yeah.
There's like a bunch of tiny godlers. As you do.
It's more realistic that dinosaurs eat children.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Children fucking laser beaming dinosaurs.
That'd be pretty cool.
Is this supposed to be like a challenging event?
Absolutely not.
Like, wipe
It's
out
farming.
everything. Oh. I'm so glad
Like-
you're doing something really important instead of playing games with me.
I mean, I have to apologize, but like, the way this game is structured is like, if I don't do this, then it's
You're
like,
in love with the gobbler. That's it.
Isaac, nobody was supposed to know.
She's your,
Stop outing me as
she's your
a-
wife. Okay.
Yeah,
You've already
there's-
ordered the body pillow.
Okay, people saying shit like, "Oh no, it's perfectly natural to have a child wife." That shit's like weird to me. I don't. There are people who say like, "Oh, having a fucking 10-year-old as a wife, that makes perfect sense." I was like, "What the fuck are we even talking about?" Like, when you say wife, what the fuck do you mean at this point? I'm so confused.
I think it just means like their favorite anime girl or something.
You fucking hope so.
Yeah. It's almost like she's not real, so they're not going to do anything. It's like, or is it like
Yeah,
wife
but
who's-
what the fuck is the purpose of this label? Like,
my impression of it is to do with like the body pillows, but I don't know if that's accurate or not. Or she's selling people say. It's like
okay, I'm not a body pillologist, okay? I don't know.
These are like dudes who say like, oh, you know, this like football player's my hero, that sort of thing. But it's like that kind of vein where it's like they just like them and they want a word to show that they're my favorite.
Okay, I'm
So it's like
starting a
I
parental
like,
still.
you know, I like this character, but this character's my waifu, sort of thing.
I like, this is good, but I prefer this.
Yeah.
And then there's a photo of an anime child. No, thank you. I'm sorry. No, I don't care what the context is.
Oh, for a 10-year-old.
It's like,
Yikes.
the context isn't good comparing children to each other. Like, I rate this one higher. It's like,
This
in terms
realm
of
is
what?
truly
It's like,
I
what
can
criteria?
imagine a context where like that is okay. Like even like it's like, oh, I love all my kids equally, but I prefer this one. It's like like it just doesn't end well, no matter what the fuck I imagine.
if you ever had
Yeah.
this realm.
It's like for me, my waifu would have to be Heidi.
Sweet Jesus.
I can imagine bringing it's like the oldest
What is
fucking
she, like
anime
6?
series.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So she'd be like 36, but
It's like a
Okay,
fucking
but it's
Heidi
fine.
body pillow. Well, how fucking weird. Like, you have,
Would you even get like how?
and what you do is you have
I'd have like
one of her friend
dude,
in the wheelchair, but like it's a massive body pillow. It's like has the wheelchair on it as well.
Oh, I'm ending stream.
Oh
Bye.
no,